We are now live.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Rosa City Schools Board Education meeting of July 22nd, 2020. And we are going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And put yourselves off mute so we can all say it together so I can hear you and not just myself. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Woohoo! Yes. So as is my habit, and I will continue to do that, but it's going to be very sweet, very, very short. I just want to open this up and ground us that the recognition that the Institute of Public School, which I hold near and dear and all of us do, it's the backbone of our functioning democracy, and that our core value is that we work to see what folks need, always, but especially now. And that we find out by listening and we make our path together. And that when we stumble, that we get up and we have do-overs, certainly what we would love for our students. So we keep learning, and that's a hallmark of a powerful institution. We keep learning and we keep doing our best. And I thank all of you who write to us, email us, call us, stop us in the grocery aisles, masked and all that, because you are positive and you are contributing and you're clearing your message, and it all helps. And I really appreciate that. I think all of the board members do. No one is screaming at us, which you have the right to do it, but everyone is really extraordinarily contributing for the greater good. And that is part of our democracy. So thank you. All right, so let's start with, there's no actions taken in closed session tonight. There are no items considered in closed session for action in open session. Board members, are there any statements of abstention? We're on item C4. Nobody's got their hand up. Are there any adjustments to the agenda? I see none. Which moves us straight to public comment. And let me just remind everybody that public comment in our Zoom meetings, we have been restricting them to 2 minutes each, and the moderator will give you a 15-second warning, and we just hope that you finish up by then. And it's just because we want to get as many folks to be able to speak as possible. And we are limiting per agenda item later on. It's to 1 hour per agenda item for public comment. And that if your comment is geared towards something that's on the agenda, that we ask that you wait for that agenda item. Moderator, do we have any comments?
Thank you, President Fong. So this is the call for public comment on non-agenda items. Please click the raise hand at the bottom of your screen and we'll let you know when it's your turn to speak. And please keep your comments to 2 minutes or less. We do have hands raised. The first public comment is Amber Robinson.
Okay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
You can.
So thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am currently a child care lead at one of the SRCS sites. I have a lot of concerns when it comes to going back. If we don't have a clear picture for schools being able to open because of this virus, how are we asking some of our staff to do so? We will be the only ones at risk this fall, and I feel as though we have been left out of the conversation. I understand that this is unprecedented territory for all of us, but we need to not be forgotten. My staff are one of the lowest paid positions in the district, and we are asking them to risk their lives and their families' lives for $13 an hour. How can I ask them to do that? We don't have a clear guide for safety, and essentially these kids will have to stay in their 6-foot bubble all day, every day, while distancing themselves 6 feet away from their peers and our staff. I fully understand the dire need for childcare to allow these parents to go back to work, to feed their families, and to provide the necessities that they need at home. However, at what cost are we willing to take? We need more support and clearer answers and guidelines from the district. How are we to implement all of the safety measures needed when we don't even know what all of them are? How much schooling will we be expected to implement? Well, with school going to distance learning, then that essentially means that they will be doing all of their school while they are in childcare. We are not teachers and definitely aren't being paid as such. What liability will we have if a child gets sick while in our care? What if one of my staff members gets sick? We don't have a clear guide as to how many of our staff or students will need a quarantine after someone falls ill. I know that was one of the reasons for the school not opening up originally. Honestly, I am just scared. I'm scared for my staff, myself, and my son, who will be with me every day through all of this. I want everyone to
15
be able to
seconds.
I want everyone to be able to stay safe and to stay healthy. If there is a way we can make this happen, I am absolutely all ears. I just know as of right now, we are lost in translation and very much feeling unheard and left behind.
Amber, thank you. And I just want to remind folks who are lining up for public comment is that return to school is an agenda item, so we will be tackling that very soon.
The next public comment on non-agenda items is Micah Carlin Goldberg.
I think my comment would probably fall under return to school. I forgot there was an agenda item on this. I'll wait until then.
Thank you, Micah.
President Fung, there are no more hands.
All right, thank you. Thank you for those comments, or one comment, and Amber, we'll keep that in mind when we get to action item E1. We're moving to C7, which is an amazing, very, very fun thing to do. We're all glad about this. This is, we are welcoming our student board member to office, Omar. Wave to us. Omar Lopez is our student body board member, and I'm going to administer the oath of office to him. And we're not going to stand up because then you're looking at our midsection. So
yeah.
Okay, so let's not do that. We're just going to do that. So Omar, you are going to raise your right hand so we can see that. And you're going to repeat after me. I, and say your name.
I, Omar Lopez,
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of California,
and that I take this obligation freely
and that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And Omar, if you would please tell us a little bit about yourself, like, school and like that. And
So my name is Omar Lopez. I am a senior at Elsie Allen High School. I have been living in Santa Rosa for 8 years now, since 2013. That would be 7, 8 years I've been living in Santa Rosa. And I'm really excited to be on the board with all these wonderful people. I think right now it's a very important time, especially regarding so many things that we're doing, ethnic studies, SROs. There's so much that we're doing, and I'm super excited to be here with everybody.
And I want to let everyone know that Omar has really been participating already actively in our ad hoc committee for the SROs and has been chiming in regularly. So we're glad to have you seated with us now. So welcome. Good.
And President Fung, I'd like to also say that in my time here, starting my 8th year in Santa Rosa City Schools, I've never had a student board member on the day school ended ask from the prior year, okay, so when do I start on the board? And so that's Omar, which I greatly appreciate. Even this date is an earlier date than we've ever had our board member want to participate. And so Omar, I'm so appreciative that you are such an active board member already. So thank you for that.
And you are in good Lobo company.
Yes, I am so excited to be here. And Diane, the moment I found out that I was being considered for this position, I was just really excited to, be on here and be able to do something worthwhile and that will really impact the future of our students.
Yeah, you are going to go far, I was going to say my son.
Okay. All right. I don't believe we have a CSE report tonight. Is that correct still? All right. SRTA report is next. President Willine, would you please raise your hand so we can find you? Click your raise your hand so we can find your blue hand. So we can let you in.
Oh, I actually don't see President Lyon in the.
I see him. He's here.
There. Okay, I don't
Did it work? I can hear you guys
there you
now.
Are. There you are. Okay.
I like your new.
I can't tell if you can see me or not. I'll give it, if you hold it up here and do a fish lips selfie, your neck doesn't look as fat. Enough of that. I just wanted to let you know I was really here. Good evening, President Fong, Dr. Kitamura, members of the board, members of the community. My name is Will Lyon. I'm presenting nearly 900 members. We're a little under 900, but it's hiring season. Give us a month, we'll be back over the line. 900 educators that work in Santa Rosa City Schools with our students and families. I was exhaustionistic last week. It was been such a grind to get all this work done. But this week, I'm just really very, very proud of our district and of our union, of our members, that we have now, tonight, you will vote, I'm sure you will all vote yes on our MOU. And it's something that every single person who's involved with it should be extremely proud of. It passed with a 95%, a little over that, and 68.8% of our members voted on a truncated schedule. So those are outstanding numbers under any circumstance when it is something that is so important. What I would characterize as the most important negotiation, I would say since the 1981 strike, I actually think this MOU is more important than that because this one can save lives. We had 3 forums to answer questions about it. It's a long MOU. There are 54 articles, if I'm not mistaken. Our first forum went 4 hours so that we can answer our members' questions. The others were shorter, but they were helpful because everybody wants to know, what are we gonna do? What most of the questions turned into were not, why did you give away this or why did you make that agreement? It really turned into, how do I choose between Learning House and distance learning, and when and if it's available, the hybrid model. So that was a good sign that people were happy with the agreement, but anxious about what our schools will actually look like. The return to school plan now can be unredacted, but there are still lots and lots of things that need to get worked out. But whenever we get to fist bump and hug each other and stuff again, we're going to find a place, and I'm buying all the beer, and we're going to celebrate the good work that happened here. And everyone on the board and all the negotiators and everyone else who did it, you're going to be welcome. That's something we're celebrating.
I'm going to hold you to that beer, Will.
The sooner the better. The sooner the better. Good Sonoma County beer. That's how we roll. We also passed a resolution that passed with 89%. And I hope the resolution was that even though these in the MOU, these are the rules for which we will go back into school when it's safe. The resolution was kind of a sister vote, and it is, but it's not safe yet. And when we wrote the resolution and agreed to put it on there, this is before Gavin Newsom came in and
sort of took some of these questions out of our hands. At least he raised the bar for what it's going to mean to come back in, which we're grateful for. Ours is a little tighter than his. We're asking for 14 days without any cases in the county. What Governor Newsom put out was we need 14 days off the watch list. So there's a little bit of room there, but almost everybody that I know is glad that it's been decided, and that I know you're going to vote on a resolution tonight, which will bring us, if I'm not mistaken, to the quarter, which makes a lot of sense to give us a chance to get our feet wet and then reassess. I hope you'll vote yes on your resolution as well, even though it doesn't perfectly match ours. It's really clear that the right thing to do right now, until we can do a better job of controlling the virus, is to stay out until it is safe, and it just isn't safe now. So we also know that 2 or 3 weeks before the end of the quarter, the executive committee for the return to school committee is going to get back together, look at the numbers, and I believe we'll be making a recommendation to the superintendent and to the board about when it is safe enough. And the sooner the better, but we can't force it until we can assume the types of risks that it takes to go in such a dangerous virus. When you ask teachers, at least the ones I talk to, how many dead students is okay? How many dead teachers is okay? The number is 0. Like, that we're not ready to risk anybody's life. We want it to be safe. One of the reasons I'm so proud of the MOU and the process that we use to get it is because every single step of the road so far, the union and the board and the district administrators in charge of making all these plans have agreed on the shared value of safety first. And I hope that we keep that shared value throughout whatever this year brings us coming up. I want to tell you about a way that I think you could help parents and staff right now. The biggest question we're getting, and I mentioned it before, is distance learning versus learning house. And now that hybrid's on hold for at least a quarter, that's a good choice, and it creates more questions. When I want to be honest that I don't know a lot about the learning house. So it's hard for me to sell it in the way that I would if I understood it and I was excited about it. What I've been saying is it's going to be completely distance learning. It's going to be a project-based model. There may be some flipped classroom situations. Some of our most creative teachers and our most creative administrators are championing it. And then when they ask the next totally logical question, I don't know the answer. And I think that's making it hard for parents and for staff to decide. Our recommendation is that district level administrators, along with those champions, admins, and teachers, and SRTAs willing to join, I'll be willing to join, certainly to learn more about it, that we have a forum and we take questions similar to what we did when we were explaining our MOU to our members, and let them really ask everything that they need to ask. And they might have to ask it 2 or 3 times before it really sinks in, before we ask them to make a choice that's going to affect the next year of their child's life or the next year of their teaching practice. So I'd like to work with you guys on doing something like that if you're amenable. The last thing I'll mention, which ties in, I think, perfectly with what I think the Learning House could become, is the naming of schools. What a great project-based Learning House project to have our students and our teachers research the history of the schools that we have and the names that we have, and research other important people in our community who are worthy of the honor of having a school or building named after you. I don't know anybody who's saying, no, we want the president who had slaves, keep that name forever. I know 0 people who are making that argument, but every teacher I've talked to, they want a seat at the table, they want the community to have a seat at the table, and they want enough time when a name change does come that they can front load their kids so that their kids don't have one more, topsy-turvy upside thing thrown at them. So I hope that we will pursue naming of schools, especially if they're named after people that we do not want to honor. But I hope we'll take it nice and slow and do it in a way that's respectful of the community and of the process. The exact same way we've done everything the last 4 months. My prayer for all of us is that we will take whatever experiential learning happens through this, right? You have the experience, and then hopefully you get to go camping for a few days. I'm crossing my fingers. And then you think, what did I learn from that? I hope whatever we learn, we can keep it going throughout the next year and beyond. Thank everybody for your part in this important work.
Thank you, President Lyon. Superintendent's report.
Oh, I unmuted, so I didn't have to pay a fine. Good evening, everybody. As the thinking was going into my report today, what struck me deeply was the fact that as we get caught up about returning to school, opening school, how we're going to open school, how we're going to keep things safe, all the multitudes of planning and thinking and stressing had me really step back and want to say to the families and to the families of the 22 people who have passed away in Sonoma County, our heartfelt sympathy to the families, and our wish for a recovery for those who have been taken ill by COVID-19. I think we get so caught up in how we're going to remedy this and that, we forget about the people. And so tonight I wanted just to start off in recognizing how much we care and how much our hearts go out to all of you. So I just wanted to say that. As we transition, there's another very serious issue that has to be addressed. And it comes from a good place in terms of we've served over 430,000 meals this summer, and the summer is only half over. Here's my worry. The rules of the game have changed, and our free meals will end August 14th. They've been fully covered by the state of California. Here's my fear is that when we start school, if you have not paid, if you have not filled out a meal application, the possibilities of a grab and go meal might not be there for you. The rules have changed where we have to, you actually have to identify the student and what school they go to, which is very different than what we've had to do before. So that's why it is extremely important for you to fill out your meal application. If you need help, contact your school. On our website, you'll see directions how to do that. I have a video where I point out where you need to go to look for that. So please fill out that. Even if you don't know if you qualify or do qualify, just fill it out. The last thing we want are any families turned away from getting their grab and go meals after August 14th. So thank you for that. President Lyon did bring up a great point in terms of the newness of what we're doing with our options for return to school. And today, parents and families are receiving an email from generated at Illuminate to choose between Learning House and distance learning. And so there's information there in that letter. I'll be doing another video to explain. And if you have questions, there is an email and a phone number on there, and we are more than happy to address those questions and answers. So please, if you haven't received an email in the next couple of days from Illuminate asking what choice, let us know. If you have questions, let us know. So please do not feel like because it's new that we're not going to be there to support you as you make these selections. Okay. And finally, I asked Rick to share his screen if he would for me. Are you able to share, Rick, or do you want me to share?
I'm pulling it up.
Okay, thank you. We in Santa Rosa City Schools have the most wonderful, wonderful, wonderful honor of having the Sonoma County Exemplary Teacher of the Year. Woo! Now I've covered myself up. This picture is of Mr. Ross Haas. Mr. Haas has been recognized as the Exemplary Teacher of the Year, which means he will now represent Sonoma County as the applicant for the California Teacher of the Year recognition program. Yay! Mr. Haas is going to receive a $3,000 award from Community First Credit Union, as well as season tickets to the Sonoma Symphony. He'll be recognized at an AXA event in October. He is a bunch of other lists of things that he gets to do as a part of being Teacher of the Year. But the thing that I want to say and share, and I'm sure there's others that would maybe want to share, is that I actually wish I had Mr. Haas as a teacher when I was in 6th grade. His classes are innovative and fun and use the latest technology. Watching him teach a lesson in math using a smartboard, and I'm not calling it the right name, and the engagement of his students, all of his students, was just fantastic. And what I loved seeing were the girls going up and being unafraid of doing math in front of the whole class and working the smartboard. Mr. Haas does things with his class that builds such a community that it's long lasting. I know he has students that go far back that come, that reach out to him. He's a coach, and so they seek him out as a coach. He does group pictures, like family pictures, just really makes his kids feel special because they are special to him. I think you've heard this before, but a student from his class actually moved away this last spring. And he still participated, though, in Mr. Haas's Zoom meetings and Zoom classes. Those are the kind of connections that Mr. Haas makes, and really, truly makes him a most deserving awardee for the Sonoma County Exemplary Teacher of the Year. So congratulations, Mr. Haas. We will, when we can be in person and see you, I promise you I will give you a wonderful present. So President Fong, I turn it over to you. That's the end of my report, because I have a suspicion that you might like to say something.
Thank you, Dr. Kitamura. I will really recognize Ross as a teacher because I've been in his classroom several times before I was on the board and during on the board. And really what he does is he empowers his students. It's all about team. It's all about agency. It's exactly what we're talking about in our strategic plan. And he just embodies that for his kids. And that's why they're unafraid to go up to the board and work out a math problem in front of everybody. So that is magic, that is special, but it's not that special. Everybody can do this, but he does it to an amazing degree, and his energy is infectious. And yes, I wish that my kids had him. I wish that I had him, and I wish I was his colleague in terms of teaching and learning. And congratulations, Ross, well deserved.
President Fong, there's a hand up in the attendees box. I'm not sure if it's for this.
They're going to have to wait unless it's Ross himself.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
Okay. I have a teeny tiny report, and it's just this message. How we do school, right? The big deal about how we do school. We're talking about that forever tonight. It's increasingly critical to all sectors of our community. And I really thank you for your patience, everyone, because we are doing wholly new ways of doing things, new ways since forever. And to Diane, her staff, her cabinet, teachers, everybody, the principals who are really figuring out how to do this. I mean, hats off. That's where the rubber meets the road with the kids. Our return to school plan is nothing short of invention, creative invention, putting kids first, and keeping in mind our mission, vision, and strategic priorities. The MOUs with our 2 unions, amazing, and hats off to the people who are doing that and the leaders in those unions, because we're doing it together. I'm so proud of that. But how we create new school and not recreate old school on new platforms is really our task. And it's particularly how we respond to, using the word epidemic if we're in this health crisis, particularly how we respond to the epidemic of the kids we are not reaching, that we have not been reaching, that it's also an epidemic. It's a life or death epidemic as well. And we have to continue to look at our systems, the systems that we have that perpetuate failure. So I will be looking for that as we continue to figure out new ways to do things, because here's our pivot point. Good, better, ugly, but that's how it is. All right. We're moving on now for a CSBA report, I think. And I messaged to the board members that we aren't doing board members reports tonight, but let's move on to Ms. Close. Trustee Close, I think you have a CSBA report tonight.
I actually don't have anything that I think needs to be reported tonight. Thank you.
And we have a Made in Santa Rosa Foundation report tonight. This is a brand new foundation, and I'm going to give credit to Trustee Close also for helping put this together while she was president, and to Diane Kitamura. And I'm going to ask Trustee Jill McCormick to give us that report. Made in Santa Rosa, it's a brand new foundation for Santa Rosa schools.
Thank you, President Fong. I'm going to, while I'm talking, I'm hoping that Melanie can share her screen and put up an image of our logo. There we go. Awesome. Thank you. So just want to give a really quick update on this newly formed Made in Santa Rosa Foundation. I'm honored to serve as the president on the MISR Foundation board. And I've been working closely with Dr. Kitamura and our consultant, Herman G. Hernandez, on getting us up and rolling. First of all, let me say how excited we are to be making progress on this foundation. The MISR board has been meeting regularly since March, and we're in the process on several things: board member recruitment, marketing development, and the real big one is filing our tax exemption paperwork to be designated as a 501c3 nonprofit organization. And I just want to give you an update that those papers are going to be submitted in August, so next month. And then once those are submitted, the process can take up to 9 months. So we will update you as we go. And then in the meantime, we have settled on our logo, which you're seeing here on the screen, which we're really excited about. It's very colorful. We're excited. We like the little eyes on there for in Santa Rosa, because the focus of this foundation is going to be provide equitable opportunities for all our Santa Rosa City elementary and middle school students by supporting them financially with enrichment programs and educational programs that we need to serve for them. So we're going to have a larger, more formal report later in the fall, and but that's it for now, and we are absolutely thrilled and excited to get going on this process.
Love that logo. Thank you so much. Thank you to Herman G. Hernandez.
President Fong, also, if you look at MISR, I look at it as me, SR. So that was the other beautiful thing about that logo.
Oh, me?
Me.
ASR.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Medina.
Yeah, I just, my only concern is, I think back around December, maybe January, I did send an email requesting that we review the item around this, specifically tied to Ed Code 41030 around the foundation fund, because I think when we decided to move this route, information about that was never presented to us as an option, and I wanted to understand why we couldn't go the route of a fund in relation to that. So I think it was around December when I requested that be reviewed. So I would like to still review that as it relates to this foundation.
Thank you. We are moving on to item D7, Ad Hoc Committee on School Resource Officer Report. And this was the board direction a few meetings ago about school resource officers in schools, and we decided to convene an ad hoc committee. So that committee has met 3 times so far, and we have probably another 4 or 5 meetings. And I thank Assistant Superintendent Steve Mazzara for really doing the lion's share of work to put this committee together. We have 40 people on the committee, and I'm giving the report because I'm on this ad hoc committee along with Ed Sheffield and Alegria de la Cruz. And the 40 members are community members, parents. These were all volunteers. The SROs themselves, administrators, students, and staff, and district people as well. I'm going to let also very quickly, within just a minute, Assistant Superintendent, for you to speak to this also, and trustees Sheffield and De La Cruz to speak to this as well, if you'd like to say anything, but short.
I was just going to say, yay to the students who showed up for a 2-hour ad hoc meeting in the middle of their summer vacation. Your voices are so important in this conversation, and I'm really excited to announce that we will be pushing out a student survey around this issue, and that there is a specific focus on making sure that we are hearing from students who may be disenfranchised otherwise to be able to participate in this survey. So we're reaching out to kids who are currently incarcerated, and possibly as a result of their interactions with law enforcement. We're really wanting to make sure that we hear a broad range of voices in this conversation. And so super grateful for the kids who showed up to share their voices with us. Thank you.
Just want to add that I really appreciate the process, these weekly meetings that we're having, 2 hours, the collective voice and the representation that we have on the ad hoc, the really generating some good discussion that we'll bring back to the full board. As well as the research, and again, the student participation. I'm not sure if Omar wants to add something, but the student voice really, I think is so important, and just wanting to make sure that the students feel value, that the input that they're giving is really what's driving this.
Absolutely. Omar Lopez, you're on the committee as well?
Yes, I am. And I want to say what Alegria mentioned earlier is that I'm really thankful to have other students on there. You know, I'm able to share my experiences and what I've gone through, but I'm not able to share what everybody else has gone through. And to have other students there, it makes it easier for everybody else to understand where the students are coming from, what their thoughts are, and especially on something that is going to impact student lives as much as this.
Thank you, Omar. Assistant Superintendent Mazzara?
You know, the only thing I have to be said, I just appreciate some of the people that have been working with us. Dr. Tim McCarty, you know, he's been really helping us, consulting to organize. And then we've had some of the great work in the breakouts have been around with our facilitators. So I really want to thank Aida Diaz, Gabriel Apavera, Dr. Kim Clissold, Valerie Jordan. They've all done a great job of stepping up and really helping us kind of go through these and making sure everyone is being heard in this process. And so as we kind of go forward, it's time to bring this all together and see what our recommendations are going to come back to the board at.
Yeah, you know, I really appreciate the process. It's very powerful, strong, a lot of listening to understand. And I think we've asked for it to be up on the website that people can look at the agenda and the minutes. Has that happened?
Hasn't happened. We'll probably get it up by Friday. We're waiting for this last meeting. We're also trying to get our video uplinks, the recorded meetings, so that it'll all be there. We expect to have that ready by Friday.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we're moving on to action items, our discussion on action items, E items. The first one up is E1. It's an action item. It's the approval for resolution declaring the instructional method, including remote learning, for the first quarter of the 2020-21 school year. And we all know that our governor has said something since we've put this together, but I am turning this over to Dr. Kitamura.
Yes, thank you very much. This resolution comes at the recommendation of the Sonoma County Office of Education. as well as other officials to formally declare how the district will open the school year and what other methods of instruction will provide throughout the year. This is really in alignment with the desire for accountability. Senate Bill 98 has been very transparent in the fact that as a school district, not just us, but all school districts in California, must look at the way we're delivering instruction and engaging students differently than the spring. And I will say this too, just as a reminder, we had very little time to go into distance learning. So this is not anybody's fault. We had basically, a week's notice that we were going to go into distance learning. We did the best we could, and I think President Fong, you called it emergency remote crisis education. So we are working hard together to plan this differently, provide professional development differently for our staff and our students and parents to be able to do this, really different way of doing instruction, but also being prepared for, coming out of remote learning and into a hybrid situation, and maybe going back into a remote learning situation. It's really a moving target that we are preparing for. And this document, this resolution, really is just our acknowledgement of the safeguards that we must maintain in order to have kids come back to class and staff come back to class in person, and that we are adhering to the law by providing reasons why we are not doing in-person learning at the start of the school year, but actually opening remotely. This resolution is supposed to be passed by all school districts in California. So I bring it forward to the board for your consideration.
Thank you, Superintendent Kitamura. Let's, board members, it's open now for your questions. Did I see Trustee Manieri's hand up? No. Okay, I see no hands up. We are going to open this up for public comment then as an action item here. And I see a few. Moderator, do we have public comments on this?
Please raise your hand, the raise hand button on the bottom of your screen if you'd like to comment on item E1 only, the resolution. And I do see hands. Our first public comment will be from Tara Lyon. Tara, if you could unmute, please.
Sorry, everybody. I didn't mean to raise my hand.
Oh, okay.
Okay, our public comment then will be from Mark Newman.
Hi, my name is Mark Newman. I am a Santa Rosa City School graduate and also a parent of a 3-year-old Henny Newman. She is a student of Santa Rosa City Schools through the special ed department. She is in the preschool speech language clinic. She had significantly delayed speech and didn't really speak any words until 2. Now at 3, she is developing quite quickly, and we have good hope that she will be at grade level by kindergarten. But part of that is getting therapy both through Kaiser and through Santa Rosa City Schools. Right now, the plan is to go on Zoom. She has gotten services both through Zoom, obviously, because at one was shut down, and also in person now. In person is radically better. She gets better experience, much better learning ability, and much better feedback from therapists. Both for preschoolers, both childcare and therapy sessions are allowed under California state guidelines, at least in the phasing. And so I'm hoping that there can be some way that the board can come up with a justification for at least a carve out of the preschool speech and language clinic to allow that. There's virtually no risk to preschool age children, and through moderate safety measures, I think that therapists and teachers can be kept safe. Even if it was just at the discretion of therapists, and only therapists who wanted to perform services with preschool age children could do it if they could be allowed to. If there is no way to find a justification to sidestep this, I'd ask that it just be opened as soon as it is possible, given the legal limits.
15 seconds.
Substantially better experience for my daughter and for her family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Our next comment is Kelly Barbaro. Kelly, are you there?
Here.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Kelly, could you please unmute your microphone?
I'm unmuted. I don't know. Is it working now?
Now it is working. Go ahead.
Hi. So my name is Kelly Scarborough, and I'm a parent of a senior and a freshman at Montgomery High School. And when you started off the meeting this evening, Ms. Fong, you said that we were in this together. And I could tell you that as a parent, I do not feel like we are in this together. I am so dismayed by the lack of consideration that's being given to our children and to the parents in this conversation. The harms that the children are being subjected to as a result of prolonged distance learning far outweigh the risks that are posed to them by this virus. The data in California is uncontroverted that there has not been a single death to a minor in this large state of ours. It is also well documented that kids do not transmit the virus up, and that when they become ill, their symptoms are moderate and asymptomatic much of the time. So taking that into consideration and weighing it against the risks that they are being asked to endure by not attending school, it just doesn't balance out. And the other factor that really is bothersome to me is that the parents' survey was very clear. 87% of all the parents in our community that responded to the survey wanted some form of on-site learning, be it all on-site or a hybrid model. So taking into consideration the needs and desires of the students and of the parents, which are two major components in our district, 15 we are seconds. not being heard. The other issue I'm really nervous about is this timeline to return. We were told that the governor, after 14 days off a watch list, wanted us to return to school. AB 98 makes it perfectly clear. Your time is up, Kelly. Schools are required to return to campus to the greatest extent possible. And that is not being the case. We have been given a date that does not comport with the parameters set by the governor or what the evidence actually will be in our community at the time. So why?
Moderator?
Yes. We have one more hand, or actually we have two more hands raised. Kyle Thompson is the next.
Okay. Good evening, President Fong, Superintendent Kitamura, and members of the board. My name is Kyle Thompson. I was the music teacher at Elsie Allen High School for the last 21 years, and am now the music teacher at Lawrence Cook Middle School and Cesar Chavez Language Academy. I'm also the parent of two students in the district who attend Santa Rosa High School. First, I want to thank you for all of the work that you're doing regarding the incredible challenges that we are facing as a community. I appreciate your ability to sit with these difficult decisions and your willingness to hear out all of the concerns of all of the shareholders. I'm speaking tonight to respond out of concern of visual and performing arts education classes as being considered high risk. The labeling of high risk needs to be removed from the current and any future documents of the return to school plan. To simply write off all performance classes as high risk is short-sighted and suggests that there has not been enough representation for the electives and/or visual and performing arts during the return to school planning process. Should we return to school at all this year, all classes, not just the visual and performing arts classes, are going to be high risk simply due to the fact that we are all facing the issues of COVID-19 in every class. I also want to point out by suggesting that these particular subjects being considered high risk and including this verbiage in the return to school draft documentation, this wording can create anxiety in students and parents and the teachers who teach those subjects. Students and parents who see the words high risk regarding these classes in the return to school documentation may suddenly become fearful of what that means and drop those classes without having any way of making an educated decision about them. As you know, visual and performing arts and elective teachers would never teach their classes or be allowed to teach their classes in a way that would endanger their students. It just means that they need to be taught differently, like any other class during this time. Please show your support for visual and performing arts and elective teachers by removing this wording from the current draft and any future drafts of the return to school document. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
So this is the last call for item E1 comments. There was a hand raised and it's gone now.
All right, thank you, moderator.
Hold on, there's Tyson Rouzier, moderator.
Okay. Yes, I see that wasn't the hand that was raised, but Tyson Rouzier is our last comment.
Hi, I'm Tyson Resler. I'm a teacher at Maria Carrillo High School, and I just wanted to say thank you all for taking this very seriously. Protecting the health of our students and staff and families is very important to me. I think it's really important to emphasize that our students are also human beings and are also, the same species as the rest of us and will be affected by this virus too. Science shows that students over age 10 are affected more similarly to adults and are very much able to pass on the virus. And my concern is that students will bring this home to their families, and I'm really worried about the kind of guilt that students might face if they know that an infection spread from them to a family member or to a teacher or a friend. So thank you for taking this seriously, and I strongly agree with Will Lyon that no deaths or harm to our teachers or students are acceptable. Thank you.
And President Fong, there are no more hands for E1.
Thank you, Tyson. And public comment is closed on E1. Returning this to the board for discussion. I see no hands. This is an action item, board members. Can you entertain a motion on this?
I move that we approve the resolution declaring the instructional method, including remote learning for the first quarter of the 2021 school year.
A second.
All right, so that was moved by Trustee McCormick and seconded by Trustee Manieri.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Manieri. Aye. Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Close.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Fong.
Let's ask student board member.
Student board member Lopez.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. Thank you. That passes E1. We're moving on to E2, the action item, Santa Rosa City Schools, the return to school plan for final review. Dr. Kitamura.
Thank you, President Fong. We bring forward the return to school plan. As you remembered, it is the work of many, many stakeholders in the district, over 200. And I will say I have seen such a difference between our districts and other districts by having such a large stakeholder group work together, including both of our labor unions. I think, as President Lyon said, things just were much more smooth because people were at the table at the same time creating this document. What I will also share with you is that this is a living document. And in fact, just in the time of this last week, we're going to need to bring the executive committee back for changes. That's how quickly things have changed or changed with what's going on. A week, 2 weeks ago, we weren't on the watch list, and now we are. Being on the watch list poses a whole new set of circumstances that really doesn't, that the governor has put into place for us as a district, where we really don't have a choice about going to remote learning. And so I know there were some public comments around that, and I just wanted to make that very clear. You know, our intention was to open under hybrid with the changing situation with COVID-19 and the governor's declaration of us on the watch list. We are not able to open in person. We hope that things get better and that we can, but I also don't want to have kids moved around every month or every 10 days, every 14 days, in from remote to hybrid, to remote back to hybrid. I think that is detrimental as well. So I just say that to let people know that we are following what the governor has ordered as a result of the going on the watch list. Let me get back to the being a living document, and that there are already some things that we're going to need to adapt. We will bring the executive committee back together, which does has representation from the stakeholders, to talk about things that have come about. More information on what the watch list is and putting that into the document is one of them. I think some expansion and detail around our learning house is definitely also warranted because of the questions around that. And then some other ideas that I think will come up tonight. So we bring this forward with replacing or putting back the redactions that were in there from our work together with SRTA. So you'll see that's all filled in on this. To Mr. Thompson's question around the high-risk activity, we actually have a question to the county about this. It is in the county plan, and so that's where we receive that information. So we want to dig in a little bit more around where that comes from, what the research is around that, so that we can take it out, hopefully, or have a better understanding about why that is in there as a high-risk activity. So that's one, again, why we need to bring the committee back. I think, so we put in that, yeah, we brought back the things that were redacted from completing the MOU with SRTA. And we are have just finished the Spanish translation, and I apologize that it's not uploaded here, but we did want to do some double checking to make sure that our changes were actually in the Spanish version. And when it is uploaded to the website, it will definitely have both the Spanish and English version. With that, I think I turn it back over to the board for any questions or comments at this point.
Board members, show me your hands if you have questions. Trustee Manieri.
Thank you. I just have a really quick question, just so that it's clear. So this is a living document. So I'm wondering how often we will see this document, and if changes are made to it, will that require board approval? Or I just like to know, like, how often we're going to be seeing this and being updated on its changes, and how that will be communicated to the community.
Yeah, I think it's important as we're getting into this situation, and it's just really so new for the entire district, that if there is substantial change, we do bring it to the board. If it's grammar or things like that, no. But if it's a substantial change to whatever practice that we're doing, or an additional practice, or something that needs to be removed for some reason, I would like to bring it back to the board for approval, and for the opportunity for the public to comment.
Other questions? I had a question, Dr. Kitamura. It was from an elementary school parent. She was just trying to clarify. She didn't understand the amount of screen time that the elementary kids were going to.
Right. Yeah. You know, in our distance learning plan, we did put in screen time. We did originally have it in one of the drafts of the RTS. So that's a point well taken in terms of one of the changes that we'll need to make. I think we should put those recommendations back in, like we had in the distance learning plan, that there are minimum or maximum amounts of time for screen time.
Thank you. I see Director Close's hand up and then Director De La Cruz's hand up.
Thank you, President Fong. I just was wondering, Diane, I'll have some comments later, but earlier you informed us that Kelly Dillon, I think, was heading up early discussions around collaborations with the parks and land paths, et cetera, about outdoor ed. And I'm wondering if you could give us kind of a status update as to those discussions.
Yes, thank you for reminding me about that. We are working on developing contracts for any types of outdoor recreation parks, places that will work together with us so that we can hold not only our support types of things, but I think I'd really like to explore having a house in the learning house do outdoor education, do their education through an outdoor format. Science, math, social studies, what a wonderful way to integrate. And so that's what I'm going to ask staff to think about. How do we take one of the houses and make it an outdoor education house? And well, since it's a learning house, maybe we'll tie it something together with, you know, outdoor house. I don't know, something like that. So thank you for bringing that up. I think the other thing that you remind me of is that, again, this ever-changing situation with the officials, so which does need to be reflected in the return to school plan that just came about in the last few days. Our idea of bringing students onto campus for additional help, particularly special education and EL, we now have to do a waiver in order to bring those students onto campus. I find this to be very much in opposite directions to place that kind of a barrier in order to do what we want to do and is stated in the law around providing equitable access and services to those most vulnerable, those most marginalized. So now we're on a list, we're on a wait list for determination about whether or not we will be allowed to bring our students who are in need of the most support onto campus. And so a part of what we're going to do with outdoor, working with SEEC and land paths, was education and enrichment through them. So now that's kind of up in the air. But what's not up in the air is the ability to do something with those same organizations through LandPath as another option in Learning House. So I really appreciate you bringing that up, and that we would be able to do something like that. The question from the parent about the preschooler who is in the speech and language program, we want to bring, and we were planning to bring students on to campus to work directly. Now with this new guideline or directive, we have to submit a waiver in order to do that. And it's a waiver that we don't even have yet. We're on a list now because there isn't an actual waiver to fill out. So an example of the ever-changing scenery that we deal with in trying to get our kids the most services possible. So, and Director Klutz, I don't know if I answered your question well enough to, okay. You're on mute. You owe me $5.
I will pay you that $5.
Okay, and it goes to charity.
That is annoying. You did, and then I think during our comment period we'll talk a little bit more about this. But I appreciate the progress made so far, and I know this is a giant endeavor, and that's just one piece of it. But I love, as you and I talked earlier in the Learning House idea, having an outdoor. This is probably a comment, so I'll wait. Having an outdoor house inside the Learning House is a great idea. Just don't call it the outhouse.
Okay,
it's my only comment suggestion.
It's from Director De La Cruz.
Yeah, I'm kind of in a same questioning place as Jen, and I feel like there's some crossover between the return to school plan and the earlier item around kind of the different models for distance learning now that we've made or now that we've been kind of put in a certain category around what's happening in the fall. And I guess my two questions are, how are we, and this is in line also with what Director Magnetti was saying, how are we engaging with people in our community who have real life questions every day about, like, can my neighborhood pod do Learning House if they're all at the same school site and in the same neighborhood? Like, how do we facilitate a district-wide thing, but still stay with, you know, the crew of kids that, you know, that make our own kids feel safe and like they're home, and that like there is some sense of normalcy instead of getting kicked into a random online class with a group of other kids, right? Like, how are we really engaging with kids and parents to facilitate some creative problem solving that crosses over from, you know, childcare needs to transportation needs to, you know, social pod. And then I think the flip side of that is, and how are we making sure that all the people who don't have access to some of those community supports and networks also are pulled into a planning process around, you know, these choices, whether it's, you know, distance plus hybrid or Learning House. So I'm really curious in the community engagement side of things. And if you could kind of roll out how we're continuing to really kind of drill down into working with parents and families and neighborhoods and school sites, as well as district-wide, to solve some of these challenging issues.
Yeah, make sure I'm off mute. Yes, and we recognize right now with the questions that we see that this is going to be complex. I have been in dialogue with staff almost constantly, so they're sick of me, that we cannot expect to deliver information in the way we've normally done it. It's not going to hit. We have, you know, 18,000 people now on Parent Square, which is our new communication tool. We do want to use that as a form of some of this distribution, but there again, you need to download an app. I mean, there's things that you have to do that are like 3 steps before you even get the communication. So we really want to target it through the schools. We're waiting for the principals to get back onto campuses. They needed a bit of a break. They've been working most of the summer because that's where we have to disseminate this information. It can't be large group. It's got to be from at the school site, district staff, office staff there to help. And Rand Van Dyke, our director in IT, knows that we are going to have to look at this from a pod standpoint, like a neighborhood. Director Sheffield had the greatest idea around 5 families who need to be.
Oh, it wasn't my idea. It was my wife's idea.
Okay, it's Ed's wife's, Beth's idea to have 5 families. If we could get these 5 kids in the same pod, in the same distance learning group or Learning House group, then they can each take a turn supporting their kids once a week. Those are the kind of ideas that we want to have. And Rand has assured me that as long as we know, we can link together, we can link people. How we're going to know is by having a dialogue with people at the school site. I just don't know any other way that we can do that at that level of almost specificity, right? So that's one. Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, no, that's right in line with what, you know, I think my excitement and my concern is that, you know, we will get, you know, privileged folks who have communities who have similar risk tolerances and frankly risks period, right? Those folks who are teleworking, those folks who have time to be at home with kids to support a pod of kids coming into your neighborhood or into your backyard or whatever it is, to do that. And my concern is also for the folks whose parents are still on the front lines, who are working in grocery stores and working in the fields, who will not have an opportunity to host a pod of kids who are, you know, similarly at risk because their parents are on the front lines, to engage in that level of planning. You know, so does it mean that, you know, my pod, because we're all teleworking and we're all home and we all have similar risks that we've taken into consideration? Like that's why you create a pod. It's how you create a safe pod, right? Is taking into consideration, you know, your family's risk and the risk of the people in your pod. And so how do we create pods that don't mean pods of similarly situated privileged people with pods of similarly situated underprivileged people, and having the same expectations flow to them if we're not like really figuring out a different way of, you know, and this is where I kind of get into Director Close's idea of, you know, if we were to go all outdoors, you know, then this question of risk tolerance really starts to reduce in some ways, right? Like we know that from tuberculosis in New York City in the early 1900s and from what happened in the Spanish flu, right? These were things that school districts 100 years ago were really rolling out in terms of outdoor learning to super turn down the risk that we now know about. You know, that also helps to turn down the risk for our kids in 2020 in the middle of our pandemic. So I'm just really curious, like how, you know, the beauty and the tightness of our communities at our school sites will be able to be maintained even in a cool distance house, you know, potty, creative, different way of doing things. How are we facilitating people to really look at that choice as an option and not just landing on, well, it's traditional and it's my school site, and so it's all the kids and the you know, teachers that I already know, so I'm just gonna kind of slide into something that feels safer. And I, you know, there's a lot of space in all of that, both with, you know, parents who are super engaged and parents who, you know, want to be super engaged and find it really difficult to do that, and parents who aren't super engaged, period. And you know, sorry, I didn't say that, but it's not as easy for them to, you know, to be as engaged in their kids' education. So I feel like this question of engagement, to me, at the district level at Learning House, which feels like such a cool option, and so different from traditional. Like this is where it feels like we've busted outside of some of those lines and really done something cool and different. How are we also facilitating that to reflect our, you know, the beauty of our small school site communities?
Right.
This is what the question is.
Yeah, and that has come up big in all aspects of parent questions, teacher questions, questions in general. You know, I need to preface all of this by saying that it's going to be messy, and for any of us to expect that we're going to roll this out perfectly, wake up. Let me just wake up, because it's not. We're doing the very best we can under circumstances that none of us, and I've been in education a long time. This is something totally brand new, but exciting. I do want to say this about the pods. Our partnerships with the organizations like SEC and LandPass, it was really designed so that families could have a pod at school, that there are going to be groups of kids, like you say, Director De La Cruz, that their families are just, you know, they have to work. There's just things that prevent it from doing it like some of the other neighborhoods are able to do. So we need to provide that pod, and I want to provide that pod. This is what we're wrestling with right now with the state and these waivers, because it's gonna blow up our whole idea of doing that if we have to have a waiver with certain criteria that we can't do our outdoor learning pod at, you know, Burbank Elementary. So more to come on that. It's really fresh right now. Monday was the first day I heard about it. Yesterday I started banging doors. Today I got an answer that I didn't like. So I will just keep pushing, because the bottom line is, at school, we need to provide services, period. And right now we're being prevented from doing that for a waiver's sake. And I know the intent is safety, but if we're going to smaller numbers, smaller groups of kids, and just social distancing, not a lot of people on campus, we need to serve our students. So more to come. Thank you for the ideas. Rick, what did you want to say about Parent Square?
I just wanted to add that with Parent Square, as we roll this out, that although there is an app available and it makes it more accessible, to interact with the district site or teacher information, it's not a requirement to have a smartphone or to have that app to view that. It will still come in as an email or text message, which will then be accessible to interact with or engage with beyond just using the app.
I have one follow-up question. So when we talk about waivers, can we be a little bit clearer about what is asked to be being waived and by whom?
So it is coming from the state. It is waiving distance learning and allowing some in-person contact. It's waiving everything being distant to have some in-person contact. I just said it again, so I made sure I was saying it correctly. Because right now, everything is distance learning, everything, which we didn't expect to happen. We expected that we would still get to bring our most marginalized students onto campus. And we are not being allowed, we're not able to do that right now because of the status of being on the watch list. So in order to see any students in person or at our school site, we have to submit a waiver.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we are still in the questioning phase, and I'm going to take a second right now. We need to do a translator change.
Thank you, President Fong. Marcella, are you ready to switch interpreters?
Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you.
I see you, Trustee McCormick.
I'm back. Please advance.
The switch has been made. Thank you.
All right, we have a question by Trustee McCormick.
So this might be redundant, but I just want to clarify this concept of outdoor ed or any sort of outdoor hybrid anything or any sort of pods. We are not, according to this plan, allowed to do that until after the first quarter. Is that correct?
So we are not, right now, in order to do anything in person, any kind of support services, anything where it's in person, we have to have a waiver from the state.
And that is because we're on the watch list?
Watch list. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so again, my question is, according to this plan and the resolution that we just passed, if for some reason we get off the watch list before the end of the first quarter, would we be allowed to pursue that, and or are we considering pursuing those waivers now regardless?
We're pursuing the waivers now regardless. We're pursuing them regardless. If we go off the watch list, there's still a 14-day time frame. Okay, so in 14 days we have to remain off the watch list. The estimates from the county are that could put us at August 14th as of today. I asked the question, so does that mean we are expected to switch to hybrid after we've already made the decision to do remote? I have not received a response back yet. So.
And are these waivers through the county or through the state?
But that is why this resolution was important, because the board has made a determination that we're going to do it for a quarter. Okay. So despite what happens, in my opinion, with the watch list and all that, you made a decision based on my recommendation that we're not going to move kids back and forth in and out of remote learning and hybrid learning. We're just going to do this for a quarter and determine about 2 to 3 weeks before where we are with COVID-19. And then we'll make a decision about second quarter.
So if we're pursuing waivers, and first of all, are the waivers through the county or through the state?
State.
Okay, so if we're pursuing waivers now regardless, or during the first quarter regardless, and we say get approvals on those waivers, are we saying we are not going to act on those waivers until at the earliest the second quarter?
No, I want to bring marginalized, at-risk, vulnerable populations of students onto campus. I want our special education students to get support. I want our EL students to get support in small groups and socially distanced, all the safety precautions, but just more services for support.
Okay,
So
so
only that group that we're applying for the waiver. We're not bringing everybody back into hybrid model.
not everybody, but maybe some marginalized students.
Correct.
And that could perhaps happen in first quarter if those waivers are approved.
Yes, it should happen in first quarter if it's safe to do so, of course, so that students in those populations are getting served at a much deeper and more, level. They need more. They need more services. So.
Okay. And then I have one other question. I'm really trying to stick to questions and not commentary. On these pod ideas, which I love. I just want to say that before I ask this elephant in the room question.
Sure.
I love the idea of pods. I love the idea of communities, neighborhoods, and families helping us as a community with this very, very heavy lift. But if we are allowing pods or sponsoring pods or encouraging pods, are we liable for those pods?
Well, we're no matter if that's part of the waiver, first of all.
Okay.
So we're getting approval for the waiver. Second of all, that CSBA, AXA, they're all working on liability for districts in these situations. So that part is coming. Understand the idea of bringing students on campus who need extra, we're not going to do it haphazardly and not without the safety precautions that are normally there. The reason we can do it is because they're smaller groups of students who will be together, still socially distant, still within all of the regular rules. But I just think morally we cannot continue to not have this extra support for our EL and special ed students. I think it's just morally wrong. And so how can we make it a win-win so that it's safe to bring students, in person to work with their speech therapist and still be safe. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Director Close.
Thank you. I have one more quick question, and that is, I think I commented on this last time, and I just wanted to know, I know there's a ton of work put into this by everybody, and so I'm sure it was thought out. I'm curious about the start times. It seems like we've got tons of research that say that kids are not awake and ready to learn, and that also parents have a hard time getting everybody ready to go and getting to work and stuff at these early times. And I've heard from teachers that the attendance rate is improving throughout the morning, and really they're not having close to full classes till we're getting, in the late morning hours, the 10s and 11s. So the 8 and the 8:30 can tell me the thought process around this. Seems like we finally have some flexibility on this, and I'm confused around this. I'm sure you've thought about it.
Yes, we did. We were excited to get everybody on all the elementaries on the same bell schedule. I mean, we were excited about that. So I'd ask the board to remember where we were with bell schedules and everybody having different bell schedules. So to get agreement that we all start at 8 was pretty powerful. Same thing with the high school schedule starting at 8:30. Our thinking behind it was that we have a afternoon group that we thought we would be supporting during hybrid that part of them would go home after lunch time. So we would need another bus run. And then another group would stay who needed the support. So we'd have a bus run then. So trying to space out the bus runs was one of the major reasons why we went to 8 and 8:30, along with then the ending times for both middle school, high school, and elementary. And it was going to be a push to try to get those midday bus runs in as it is.
So okay, thank you for that. And I definitely think it's nice to have a common schedule, and it's a little bit later, so that's good. But I guess if we're doing, in the time periods we're doing distance learning, which right now is, is we don't know the end to it, and I think it's probably predictable that we're going to be in and out of it throughout the year. I mean, is there any reason that we can't have a distance learning bell schedule, schedule where kids get to sleep to, in a way that's a little bit more in keeping with their circadian rhythms.
Right. We did talk about that. What we agreed upon is that we wanted the schedule for distance learning to be the same as hybrid, so that it was not as much of a shock to the system if we were going back and forth between hybrid and distance learning. As the progression of the plan was going, that was one of the major things, was those two things aligning, hybrid and distance learning schedule. So because of the thought that it was going to go into hybrid into possibly distance, possibly back to hybrid. That was the pretty simplified thinking around it.
So I guess my final follow-up question, promise this is the final, President Fong, is as we're constantly learning right now the data, and obviously this is really building the plane while flying it, right? So as things change and we look at our data, are we open to collecting data around attendance and performance and listening to teachers about how kids are doing in the morning and making changes later on if we need to? It's just, getting up, the action of getting up and going to school and sitting in a classroom feels like something that alone would sort of wake you up, like padding down the hall in your jammies to then sit in front of a screen doesn't seem like the thing that gets someone engaged to learn.
Yeah, it's a part of what is required of us through SB 98. We have to look at attendance daily. We have to look at engagement daily. The RTS plan is that attendance will be taken in the first 20 minutes and not by the end of the day. So there was a lot of thought into different ways in which to be sure engagement was happening. And a part of the law is the engagement live daily interaction is every day.
Mm-hmm.
Every day. So,
okay.
But
so we can pivot if we need to, if we
can, and we will be looking at the data. And I'm really interested in working together with Principal Jordan at Ridgeway, and the schedule that works best for them. I think speaks to a lot of what you're talking about, Director Close, that their schedule can look a little different. And I think it suits them better. It really helps them with that different schedule that they had in the spring. So I'm waiting to hear back how she talks with how it goes with talking with her staff around that. So
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I see a hand up for questions by Director Sheffield.
Yeah, maybe just building on some of Director Close's issues and concerns, and maybe the possibility of pivoting if we need to on the attendance. You mentioned that we have a set time that attendance will be taken 20 minutes in. If this is something that we can assess, are we then held by the state on that 20 minutes in time, or can we adjust if the teachers are starting to see greater participation or attendance half an hour in, 45 minutes in? Speaking personally of trying to log my kids in or two kids in at the same time at a set time that was given to me oftentimes the night before, and me trying to balance my job and being at a meeting as well at 8 o'clock in the morning. There were times when it slipped. I was really good on the attendance part for the most part, but the times where it did slip, it slipped by 10 minutes. It slipped by 15 minutes, and some of the points that Director Close had brought up around, a little one, padding down the hall in his jammies, trying to, go from dreamland to screen time it is really, really a challenge, especially I can speak on from my experience with the younger kids to try to get them to do that. It's hard enough to try to get them to do distance learning and focus on what instruction is taking place, but it's that much harder when it's in the earlier hours.
Yeah, Director Sheffield, we purposely did the 20 minutes to torture parents.
That's what I thought. Yes.
No, so there's a multiple reasons why this is, and we've talked to the principals about stuff's going to happen. Things are going to happen. So, just have understanding and compassion about this with parents as we get used to taking attendance in the first 20 minutes of the period. It really boils down to a safety issue. I have never been in a district where we took attendance at the end of the day or, when it, just different times. Let me think, in a regular situation where kids were going to school, that attendance time was our surety that kids were in class and that nothing had happened to them. And we've heard over and over about stories where kids have been kidnapped and nobody knows all day, and attendance isn't taken and they're marked absent, but the parent isn't called until that night. Those are nightmares that a superintendent has around this. Steve, do you want to say something to this too?
Yeah, I think pretty much the 20 minutes, exactly what you were describing, was referring more to the hybrid. In the distance learning model, there was some flexibility because the daily interaction could be a number of things. And so that doesn't, in that model, class doesn't have to start at 8 o'clock and you're taking roll by 8:20 and that's it. And also remember, teachers can resubmit attendance. If they saw that you came in later, they can resubmit your attendance for that entire day. So flexibility is around, remember, the interaction and what you're doing, not just were you here at 8:20 for the Zoom that I did live.
Well, I'm just thinking what would be in the best interest of the district as well would be
Sure.
for the teacher to have that ability to adjust or change attendance. And with that, it should give us a better chance of gauging when the students are able to participate better, when their attendance is at its peak, and maybe that's what we adjust to. I mean, my kids, when the traditional model of going to school, they wake up on the bike ride to school, really, on the walk to school, quickly, we get in the car, you guys are running late, quickly in the car, where are your shoes, that's the reality, right? And then they wake up, right? And so by the time that they are in class and they're ready to learn, as Miss Sullivan, does the good morning song, that's great. But we don't, this model, 8 o'clock in your house, in the comfort of your own home, even in your jammies, I think we need to be realistic in looking at these attendance / participation.
Yeah. No, we definitely will. But I also want us to remember how much anguish there was around maybe not as much structure as well. So we at the district heard a lot about that piece of it. But it's definitely a trial. It really is. And I don't want any kid penalized in remote and distance learning for showing up in their jammies, 5 minutes late with their hot chocolate. So that's going to be our work with our administrators.
Yeah, and my message that I'm telling every parent that I have conversations with is that, and this applies to our E1 agenda item, this is a huge inconvenience for everybody. And that the truth is we are all in this, and that there's no good solution. There's a safe solution, and that's what we're going on right now, and especially, in regards to item E1. But there's just not a good solution in this, and that we are tweaking and modifying and adjusting. And if you go back, I've been doing a lot of history on these global pandemics and the impacts on youth, on school age kids. And that's what it is. It's been modification. It's been tweaking, adjusting, and just really having to come to the realization that that's what we're all doing here. Yeah. We're not going, we the school board, we're all, whatever decision we make, we are the bad guys in it. We can't win, but all that we can do is make sure that our our kids are safe.
Yeah.
You know, and I appreciate making, you know, if it is applying for the waivers, to make sure that we're able to accommodate the students that need it the most.
Yes.
I'm totally supportive of that, and I will do my, you know, whatever I can, lend my body, lend my, you know, education skills to do that as well. It really is that we're all in this together.
Thank you for that, Dr. Sheffield, and the rest of the directors. And the rest of the directors. I will tell you that there's nothing more that our teachers and we as administrators want than having our kids in school. This is probably some of the most painful times for people who truly love education and love kids. So please know, people out there, this is not our choice to go to distance learning, but it is something we have to do at this point in time. So please, all of you know out there who are so angry at us for not opening up schools for hybrid or in-person, if we could, we would do it in a heartbeat. But the truth of the matter is we cannot, because it is not safe to do so. And with that, I turn it back to you, President Fong.
We are going to take a 5-minute break, and then we are going to come back to public comment on this item. And after that, we'll have board discussion on this item. So we'll see you in 5.
So I did not eat.
Calling this back to order. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're all here. Good. It is time for public comment on item E2. Moderator, do we have commenters?
We do have some hands raised, and I will just ask everyone, if you want to comment on item E2, this is only for E2, please raise your hand button on the bottom of your screen, and we'll call on you when it's your turn. And make sure and unmute your microphone when we do. The first comment is from Micah Carlin Goldberg.
Hello, my name is Micah Carlin Goldberg. I'm a 6th grade teacher at Steel Lane Elementary. I wanted to thank the SRCS for working with us collaboratively on the return to school plan again. I know it's being looked at up and down the state, as well as our MOU, which comes later. I have some concerns though. We're asking parents to pick a learning model for their students without clear definitions of what that looks like. I run the social media for Santa Rosa Teachers Association, and we are literally getting dozens and dozens of questions every day through Facebook alone of what is Learning House? What is distance learning? What do they look like? Which one's right for my children? Who's going to be teaching my children in each model? They don't know. We don't know. We can't answer those questions. I mean, we were involved in the process and we can't answer those questions. I mean, and my families don't email. In distance learning, I sent out emails and text messages. I had 3 parents out of 31 reply to a single email over the extent of March through June. Total, 3 different parents. Those same 3 parents did email all the time, but it was 3 parents. I had 5 out of 31 that don't have an active email address in our system at all. We're leaving these parents out. They don't do email. Our family engagement person has to sign into their email account for them in order to let them do the online stuff like register for school and do the meal plan. And I was talking with her today, our family engagement person. She is not currently being paid as an employee because she is on her leave months, and she is still answering questions. Your website says call the school office. The school office is closed till August 1st unless the principal happens to be in. We are not communicating with our parents well enough. We are leaving out our most vulnerable. I don't know how to fix it, but it's not right. Thank you.
Micah, thank you. And thank you for waiting to make this comment.
The next public comment is Kelly Sabarbaro.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can.
Great. So I wanted to pick back up on the return to school plan on the date. And this is something that concerns me very much. It's very obvious that right now, as of today, we cannot go back on campus in a hybrid model because Sonoma County is on the watch list. However, Governor Newsom made it clear that 14 days off the watch list, we could return to the hybrid model or on-site learning. The fact that we have already determined a date to start and to end that isn't out until October is not meeting these parameters at all. And Governor Newsom's directive has to work in tandem with AB 98, which says that schools are required to be open and kids on campus to the greatest extent possible. So why is it that we are already making a determination today as to whether kids can be on campus when we haven't even looked at the data to determine when and if we will be off the watch list? Now, why is it that all the private schools in our community are all going to be going back to school as soon as 14 days elapse from the date of the watch list? In fact, at least one of which I'm aware of is applying for a waiver to get kids back sooner. So why is it that our private schools in our community in Santa Rosa are putting our kids first and are deeming that their safety and can be met, as are we for special education students and English learner students, that we're going to let them come on campus safely? Why can we not reach those same levels of safety and concern for all of our other students who want to come back to campus and want to be present and want to learn? Why is it not the case? And why are we not following the parameters that are set forth by our legislature
15
and by our
seconds.
governor? It's time for us to put our kids first, and putting our kids first means getting our kids back to school as soon as possible within the parameters set forth by our elected officials and legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Next is Rebecca Rocha.
Hi, thank you, board and Superintendent Kitamura and assistant superintendents. I'm principal at Cesar Chavez Language Academy in Santa Rosa, but I speak to you as a community member and mother of a severely handicapped, nonverbal 11-year-old daughter who has not had any services in any way, shape, or form from school or community since March 14th. And I applaud you. My daughter does not go to Santa Rosa City Schools. She goes to a different district, but I just want to speak for all of those vulnerable children and their families who are desperate for a plan. She had a 30-minute Zoom once a week with a wonderful teacher, but she can't sit through a Zoom. And I couldn't be her teacher because I was working full-time. Having to go back to work and knowing that our district is thinking of a way to serve its most vulnerable kids makes me hopeful that maybe her district will do that. And I think I just want you all to know that I have reached out to different agencies, North Bay Regional Center, in-home support services, to find out what's going to happen in August when I'm back at work and what am I going to do with her. And no one has anything for her. I could pay a daycare $1,300 a month so that she could be with other kids. What I want most for her is to be with learning functional skills and be with other children. I could pay a daycare $1,300 a month, but I would also have to pay a one-on-one provider to be with her, which my husband and I could probably do to meet her needs. I think about all the families that can't do that. Because I don't want her alone in our house for, up to possibly a school year with no supports, because she's
15
already.
seconds.
And so it's not just for the special ed students, but our students that go hungry, our students that are going to be staying home alone without care, all of those kids who are most needy. I'm hoping that we can find a way to serve them. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Next is Mara Ryan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. I am a parent to 3 children in the district, all with special needs, and I'm a former employee and I'm working in another district right now, and I know how much incredibly long hours are going into putting together this plan. So I just first want to say thank you for all your work and brainstorming and thinking outside the box, because that's where we are right now. And I wanted to say that I'm very glad to hear that, when we are approved by public health or the state to begin serving some students in person, I am so as an early special educator, I'm super pleased to hear that, you know, the younger children, the more vulnerable children with either special needs or second language learners, or children with more more complex needs are being thought of to start building that support in first. I had a mixed bag of type of support during shelter in place with my own children. My youngest didn't have one session, I don't think at all, with any of her providers. So we did the best we could, and I know how complex it is because I'm in the schools too. I just, you know, I know I'm pleased you're all working toward putting a plan together. And then finally, it's just maybe something I noticed, but there was some language around providing students with disabilities or special needs that extra support. Sure, that extra support they need. And I just want to remind us of that image of equality versus equity, because it's just leveling the field so that they can perform their best and achieve, and they need those supports. So thank you so much for all you're doing.
Thank you, Maura.
Good night. Thank you.
Next is Margaret Bune.
Hi, I'm a teacher at Montgomery in what used to be the medically fragile class. Now it's a SDC class. I just want to say I'm concerned about the idea of having special ed students come back early. I certainly do understand that they do not access distance learning as well as other kids do. However, I would argue that it's not in the interest of the kids or the staff for us to meet in person. It would be nearly impossible for our students to socially distance, to practice the level of hygiene necessary, and to wear masks to keep themselves and staff safe. Our students struggle with these kinds of things when we aren't in the middle of a pandemic. Being online is certainly less than ideal, but it's necessary for people to not get sick and to not die. Our numbers in the county are going up every day. 16 people have died in just over a month, and it's getting worse all the time. Many of our kids have medical needs as part of their disabilities and should not be exposed unnecessarily. I think for now, we really need to just stick with the distance learning like we're doing for all the other kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret.
Okay.
Next is Jennifer Averbuck.
Hi, I am a teacher proctor, and I, along with many others, are concerned about the possible non-use of duplicated materials for kids in distance learning, and particularly for the younger kids, particularly K through 3rd. I know that many of my families relied upon those packets more than just the Chromebooks to help support their kids at home. And I feel like there is a great use for worksheets and packets, not completely in a child's learning, but to supplement their use on a Chromebook. And according to the International Journal of Education in Mathematics, Science, and Technology, it says that worksheets can improve student engagement and on-task behavior during independent activities. And it can also allow them to monitor their own progress of their own learning. And not that a Chromebook couldn't do that, but kids like to see their manual progress. And I have a student that had sent me through the Postal Service all the worksheets that he did over the summer. And this is an RSP student who was super proud of his efforts. And I think that is mirrored through a lot of families, that they really rely upon those packets that we give them to help supplement their child's at-home learning. So I hope that we could consider using packets during distance learning as a tool that could help support our kids. Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you.
And President Fong, there are no more hands at this time. Oh, there is one more hand at this time.
All right, that will be the last one.
Okay, and this is an email address. It's Ewan2. Could you please state your name for the record?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Could you please state your name for the record?
Wen Lee.
Thank you.
I just would like to echo the first commentator's comment about parents being asked, excuse me, to make a decision about these two paths without having really sufficient information. I feel like from what I heard today and what I read, that the Learning House option is a great idea, seems to offer a lot of opportunities, but I don't hear that those same opportunities are being offered for the distance learning path, specifically the land paths, outdoor, kind of that group learning. And it wasn't even very clear in the communication that there was this option of your own neighborhood pod. You know, what we got was that you might end up with kids from different schools and teachers. And so when you say that, most kids are going to say, hey, no thanks. They would rather hear that they can do it within their own group. So I feel like the communication didn't give sufficient information in the subtleties of what would happen. And I really also feel like the distance learning path, you would have to choose if you were going to be in some special programs. If you were going to take IB classes or you were in art class, that you're going to be penalized, basically not being able to have the opportunity of this very innovative Learning House opportunity. Because basically what that said was that if you had those, if you were going to take those classes, Learning House would not be offering that. So I guess what I want to say is, like, if we had questions, where
15 seconds
for that, who do we contact and how do we get more information? Because we're asked to choose this and it's unclear. So I have a child who is going to be a junior and who would like and is scheduled to take IB classes, loves the idea of Learning House, but yet that says you can't do IB in that. So I would like to know where to get more information and how do we, and if you choose, are you obligated?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Gwen, thank you so much. And Superintendent Kitamura, would you just answer that again? You said something about it before, how people are going to be learning, but would you just, it bears repeating.
Yes, it's there's an email address and phone number. If you want to email me, I don't want to give it out over this other email address. I don't have it, so just email me, Ms. Nguyen, and I will get you in contact. We we will put out our chat is only in our chat, right? It can't be seen by the attendees, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So that's why I'm saying I can't really put it there, but Nguyen, please email me and I can get you more information. And then those of you who are listening who also have questions, you should have received a letter yesterday. And on the bottom of it, it says to contact Cindy Duell, C-Duell, at srcs.k12.ca.us. So it's the email that you received yesterday that has the descriptions and the sample schedules for each of the different learning models. If you didn't receive that email, again, I'm just going to say go ahead and email me and I'll connect you up to the where you need to be connected to. So
Superintendent Kitamura, if I might,
yes, please.
We've also posted the email on our website, the contents of that email. It's srcschools.org/options2020. And the Spanish version is srcschools.org/opciones2020.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Beth.
Moderator, would you repeat that one more time, please?
The contents of the email that went to parents are also posted on our website, srcschools.org/options, OPTIONS 2020. And in Spanish, srcschools.org/opciones. Apologies for my pronunciation, opciones 2020.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to return this to the board for discussion. It's an action item, the return to school plan for final review. Trustee McCormick.
I would just like to move that we approve the Santa Rosa City Schools return to school plan as presented, knowing that it is a living document.
A second.
Is there a second from Trustee Manieri? Okay. We have comment on that. Trustee Close?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I know this is a living document, and I know that we are gonna, it's gonna have to be iterative because we are learning stuff every day, just about the disease, and we're learning things every day about how it's playing out in different locations, including our county, and then even in sort of micro populations within that. And then of course, we're gonna be learning as we do school. And I'm really grateful for all of the work that that staff did, that the community did, that teachers did. I know there are lots of teachers who sacrificed a whole lot of their summer to help come up with this and to figure out the safest way to do this. I love the Learning House idea. I think that's super innovative, and there's a lot of potential possibility there, particularly as it provides these opportunities for pods, whether they're neighborhood pods or school pods, or maybe pods that that create some multi-generational opportunities to fill gaps in family assets and needs during this tough time. So I think all that is great. And I am still, it still really worries me that we are, that our main plan is kind of a combination of the two extreme possibilities in sort of in a linear spectrum. There's the don't go to school at all, which health-wise, physical health-wise, is the safest, or the everybody go back to school, which might be the best for our economy and for working parents and for ongoing socialization and for avoiding the kind of mental health challenges that are resulting from sheltering in place and not going to school and for avoiding learning loss and all those things. And I'm mindful, like I said last time, that whenever we come up with something for schools, that there's sort of a tacit understanding that it's not going to work for all kids, even though we aspire for it to work for all kids and families, and that some kids are going to fall through the cracks. And so the physical health danger right now is paramount, because not working for some kids or families in a physical health way includes, as we know, death or long-term damage to health or just long-term sickness for some. So at any rate, the balancing this is really hard, and as I've said before, I just think they're not a whole lot of great options, and I really think that in terms of the hybrid model between those two things, the staff has done a great job of coming up with the best way to be safe between those two things. All that said, my hope is, and I'd like to make this request, and I'm just one board member, and so I'll have to see if there are other board members who would join me in this request, that the staff look really seriously at creating another option, a third option. You know, as I've said before, the more parents who can support their kids at home and who can choose to do that, that they should, because it takes the pressure off how many students we need to support at our physical plants where safety is a concern. And so I still can encourage parents who can do that to please do that, for their own family's health and safety, and for the safety and health of the community. And still, I feel like we need a third option, and that is a true 100% outdoor ed option. Obviously, that doesn't work for all kids. Some kids might have some physical limitations that prohibit that might just sound terrible to some kids. And we obviously can't support a whole district that way, I don't think. Although I think we've probably all seen similar articles in the New York Times and other places that say that 100 years ago, they did outdoor ed. And that was before REI and big giant tents. pop-up tents. And I think that the park system, the water agency is ready to partner with us if we want them to. And so it would be my request, if I'm joined by any other board members, that the staff explore a real outdoor ed option. Now, obviously, this was sort of, you can see that Superintendent and I talked about this a little bit earlier today, because her idea, which I think is a fantastic one, is to make it one of the learning house options, and just see how many students opt for that. But I also think that I don't know how many students would feel comfortable opting for that unless we know that there really was a robust effort and maybe some dedicated staff members for whom this would be appealing, and would speak to them individually, that would say, yeah, I want to step up and really explore what outdoor ed could look like. It also just seems like a really amazing opportunity to see what outdoor ed could look like, and how you could do project-based learning in a primarily outdoor environment. But everything that we know from the data, there's lots of things we still don't know. There's lots of stuff that's still scary, but everything we know from the data, particularly all this, the aftermath of the Black Lives Matter protests and ongoing protests, is that outdoors is super safe. Outdoors is super safe in comparison. So that's my request, and I will leave it at that.
Noted. Director Medina.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of add that, you know, I've been fairly quiet today, but I think it's definitely clear that out of all this, you know, there is going to be great inequity. You know, gaps are going to increase, and you know, I think that's a given. I'm confident and trust in our superintendent and the work that she's doing around addressing this, around doing anything and everything possible to try to address those equity gaps. And so that in part is why I haven't said too much today, because I have that confidence in our staff and the work that's been done with our teachers, and I'm grateful for the leadership that everybody's taken into putting this plan together. Also, the fact that this is a living document, and I think that it will evolve into something positive and great. And I think as time goes on, as things change and as it evolves, I'm hopeful that great things arise from it, and I'm optimistic in that sense. But you know, in relation to everything that's going on with the pandemic, especially now more than ever, I am more inclined to err on the side of safety and saving a life than opening up too soon. You know, I think we'll adapt, whether it be an outdoor thing or something that falls within our current plan. You know, I trust that everybody within our school district has the best educational outcomes in mind. And so I think we're on the right track, but I know these are hard decisions. I know there's going to be increased inequity, but we're doing our best with the limited resources that we have. So just thank you to everybody for all the work that you've done, and I hope for the best.
I will only say I echo exactly what Director Medina said completely. All right. Did I see Director Sheffield's hand up?
Yeah, and I know that this goes without saying amongst all of us, but I'm going to say it and just stress it for the greater community. And because this is a living document that we're proposing that can be revisited, that just we must at all costs assume the responsibility of meeting the needs of our most vulnerable and marginalized students and families. And this means ensuring by, again, at all costs, that we're meeting the academic support needs of our students, the special ed service needs, counseling, wellness, and school meals, which was discussed at the start of the meeting, and that is our intention as we move forward with this document, this living document, and that we're doing everything we can to monitor those needs, the needs of these most vulnerable, most marginalized, and that when we revisit it, that's what we're revisiting it for, to make sure that we do have the resources to do that.
And Diane, I don't think you're going to need any encouragement from me or from us, but I think that the board is right behind leaders in the district to do whatever it takes to pull out whatever inventive, creative, progressive, out of the box thinking to support our kids, because we're hearing from parents on all ends of the spectrum in terms of what they really need. They're passionate. They're crying for us to help them and serve their kids, and some don't want to go to school and some want to go to school. We all heard that. So all the different ways that we can deliver education to help kids, you have our permission to just keep doing that as you have been. So thank you very much. All right, I'm going to call for the vote. Melanie, it was, okay, see last minute things. You guys are killing me.
No, sorry. Hand up, I clicked the raise hand button and I'm not sure if that's what you're using or if you're using this. But,
I'm using
okay.
Director De La Cruz, and I think I saw Director McCormick's hand up too, or finger. I don't know. No, she said no. Alegria.
I just want to echo the thanks to staff. I mean, I think from everybody who's working in public service right now, I know that we are just in a whirlwind churn of responsiveness to powers that are always feel slightly bigger than we are. And even in the face of that kind of need to be reactive constantly, and unfortunately, I'm really grateful for the ways in which there has been some space and some energy still for creativity and out of the box thinking. And I really want to support and to help in any way that we can to lift up the cultural assets that exist in every single one of our districts, of our schools, our school sites, and to really drill down into the ways in which we can engage parents, all kinds of parents, every kind of parent, to really use the cultural assets of our communities and the connectivity that they have with each other to get into more creative spaces about how we're going to need to rely on each other more. And I just want to add my voice to Director Close's, that I think that there's a huge space here for ed that really addresses both kind of equity needs for those kids who need to be with people and who could really benefit from that in a different kind of a way, and for that continued push towards creativity and out of the box thinking that I really see Learning House starting to get at, and with some more community engagement, some more parent and involvement, and really starting to flesh out what does that look like and how is this doing what I think you've heard from this board a lot of interest around is blowing up the way we've always done things. And disasters provide a particular opportunity to really change culture in a very accelerated fashion, and to bring us all together in a different kind of a way and to drive our urgency. So thank you for reflecting that and the work that you're doing and for all of your energy.
I'm going to call on Student Board Member Lopez. Do you have the last comment?
Thank you, President Fong. I wanted to really just say two things really quickly. Both were things that Jen kind of brought up, so I'm just going to echo them a little bit. One thing was about the exact time frame or bell schedule for, especially high school groups. I think this gives us a chance to really change how things are done. And I think, going back to my experience, I take AP classes. I remember some of my early AP classes, it would be 5 or 6 people. And AP students tend to be students that definitely put a lot of effort, along with many other students, to be at these types of classes. And so my personal experience tends to leave me to sort of say, there's a chance for us to improve attendance, improve the how prepared students are when they are going to classes. So I think we really should look into changing the bell schedule a little bit, not having it be that early, especially with online or distance learning. The other thing that Director Close brought up was outside education. And I think that's a really great idea. And I would really want us to at least look into it and see what we can do with that.
Thank you very much. All right, this roll call vote, please, Melanie. And it was the motion was brought by Director McCormick and seconded by Director, I think, Manieri.
Director McCormick.
Thank you to everybody for blazing this trail. Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Close.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Student Board Member Lopez.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. We're moving on now to action item E3, which is an approval of a memorandum of understanding reached with the Santa Rosa City Schools and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 25, regarding COVID-19 for 2020-21.
Yes. Good evening, President Fong, Superintendent Kitamura, members of the board, and members of the viewing public. We bring before you for recommendation for approval the MOU with CSEA specific to the shelter in place or stay at home situation. Both sides came to the table to negotiate and realized that there is further negotiation needed to address issues of flexibility in how staff are deployed to support safety and to support learning in our schools. And so we will most likely be coming back with an additional MOU or update to this one that represents those negotiations around that flexibility. But with that, I do return it to the board.
Questions from the board? Seeing none. Moderator, do we have any public comment on this?
No, there's no public comment. There's no hands up.
I see
No
none.
hands up. Thank you.
Board, this is an action item and we can have discussion or present the motion.
I move that we approve of the MOU reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 75, regarding COVID-19 for 2021 school year.
Second.
All right, seeing no other hands, let's have a roll call vote on that, please. That was brought forward by Trustee McCormick and seconded by Trustee De La Cruz.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Close.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
School Board Member Lopez.
Aye.
President Fung.
Aye. Thank you. That motion passes. We are on action item E4, approval of a memorandum of understanding reached with the Santa Rosa City Schools and the Santa Rosa Teachers Association regarding COVID-19 and the return to school for 2021.
Yes, thank you, President Fong. Again, we're recommending approval of this MOU. And I would like to briefly underscore some comments that have been made earlier in Will's president remarks, also remarks from the superintendent and members of the board about just how profound the implications of our work in regards to health and safety were during these negotiations. And that often we negotiate knowns, and this time we were really negotiating unknowns and what ifs, truly looking at the health and safety of staff and students so that we can learn and we can work. And I'll maybe misquote Catherine Howell a little bit, but as chief negotiator of the SRTA team, she did make mention of the positive and productive conversations that were had. They were difficult at times, but she said they were the best negotiations that were truly conversations that she'd seen in 15 years of her time here. And I think that goes to the leadership and intent that has been modeled by the board and by the superintendent and by everybody in the labor organizations and at the table. And so it's with an appreciation for the very hard and thoughtful work done by those teams at the table that we bring this before you for approval, knowing that it has been ratified with a 96% vote by SRTA yesterday. And with that, I return it to the board for discussion.
I'd like to move to approve the MOU with SRTA regarding COVID and the return to school 2021.
Second.
I'll second.
I think we have a public comment on this.
We do have a hand raised. It's Kelly Sabarbaro.
Hi, it's Kelly Sparborough again. I know this isn't a question to answer, but something that the president of the union said at the beginning of the meeting about the union desiring that we do not return to campus in any form at all until there are 14 days without any cases in the county. If that is part of the MOU, I would implore the board not to accept that provision of the MOU, because that flies in the face of what our legislature is recommending in AB 98 and what Governor Newsom has dictated in terms of when we can return to school. If that becomes the standard for which we are returning to school, and if that is accepted and adopted and part of the MOU, that's contrary to law and it cannot be accepted. So I'm hoping that that is not in the MOU and not being adopted by the board at this time. That's all I have to say on that issue.
Thank you, Kelly.
President Fong, just for clarification, I do want to say that that is a separate resolution from SRTA. That is not what is being brought forward here today.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, thank you.
And we have another hand. Amy Bowen is next.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I appreciate that the SRTA is looking out for teacher safety and student safety, but I was assured that when the MOU came out in the fall, it would be a very different experience than what we experienced in the spring. My student didn't have any live interaction, and the details that I'm reading here now ensure that live interaction is way too generously interpreted to include emails and comment on work. And there is a maximum Zoom per class per day, I think, of 30 minutes, but there is no minimum. So if we are not asking teachers to do a minimum amount of what I deem to be healthy live interaction, it was Zoom or Google Classroom, then I think my student, again, will have a repeat of what he had in the spring. There is definitely unfair, unequal teaching during these stressful times. My student is not a special education student. He's not a disadvantaged student, but he did not get equal education during the spring compared to some students where the teachers were giving live interaction with their students. And I was really looking at this new MOU to see that that would not be a repeat of what happened in the spring. And I don't see it in there. I really would like someone to respond to where in this current MOU do I see a guarantee
15
that
seconds.
instruction will take place differently and more meaningfully than he experienced in the spring. I hope I'm making myself clear.
Thank you for your comment. Noted.
And our next public comment is from Veronica Jordan.
Hi, my name is Veronica Jordan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Veronica Jordan. I'm a parent of a 4th grader at CCLA and a kindergartner that will be starting at CCLA. I'm also a family physician working in the hospital right now, taking care of COVID patients. I appreciate that the last commenter's comments. I also was really digging through the MOU to look for assurance that there was clear definition of what live interaction is, because I similarly was very disappointed with our spring instruction. And I would like that to be clarified in language that then can be supported by everyone, including family and administrators. I also was disappointed. I understand that the teachers need professional development as we move into this new time, but our children have missed out on many, many weeks of education, and particularly our kids who were already struggling before this all happened. And Wednesday, having a full day where children are not being instructed on Wednesday, except for a little check-in spot that's kind of dropped in at 1:30, does not feel sufficient to catch us up. We are in need of extra education in this distance learning time, not less education. And I feel a little bit frustrated that the children were not centered in this decision. Thanks, that's it.
Thank you, Veronica.
And there are no more hands at this time.
All right, so there's been a motion and a second. Any other board discussion? All right, motion by Director McCormick and seconded by, I don't remember. Who seconded that?
Director De La Cruz made the motion.
All right, and it was seconded by Director Sheffield.
Director De La Cruz.
Yeah, so I just wanted to go through and make sure that we address some of these comments, because I think that as parents, we definitely share some of the concerns that were experienced during the, President Fong, how do you say it? The emergency learning experience that we all went through in the spring. And I do see that having a negotiated agreement provides some different standards and expectations than what was experienced by all of us in the spring. In particular, I'm looking at, and I'm happy to take any other suggestions from the cabinet or from Superintendent Kitamura, but I appreciate the expectations of the bargaining unit members in section 31 on the bottom of page 6. You know, and we'll be making sure that as a parent, I am exercising our rights under this MOU as well, to make sure that we understand the syllabi that are associated with each of our children, the contact information, what the platforms are. Having all of that information accessible to parents was certainly not something that I experienced in the spring in the same way. In addition, like looking at the evaluation that follows in sections 32. So I just really want to echo and reflect that in making a motion to approve this resolution, I think what this does is recognize that there was a different kind of a process and a new discussion that had to happen to address so much of what was not okay about the spring for anyone, not for teachers, not for parents, not for kids, not for admin, not for cabinet, not for this whole district. And I see this document in a very similar way that I'm seeing the return to school, where there's going to be a need for us to revisit what these things mean to us as we move forward. And if we are hearing what we heard in the spring, that certainly will not be acceptable to me. And I'm hearing that from a lot of my colleagues on this board, as well as from admin, that is a shared kind of value as we move forward together through a new world of education. Is there any other sections in particular that you guys want to call out, either President or admin?
Thank you, Director De La Cruz, for mentioning some of the ones I was going to mention. The other, I'm not sure what number it is, but it is around essential standards, and that in the entire district we will be or they're currently doing it right now, identifying essential standards to focus on, not the entire California state standards, and along with those, developed formal and informal assessments, rubrics, performance tasks that are going to be the expectation, and that SRTA is fully on board and partnering with us about this. With regard to live daily interaction, there is an expectation that will be meaningful. Do I want to squash the autonomy and creativity of every teacher that's going to do this? I don't, but it is an expectation. And if you look at the RTS plan, it is very well laid out what the expectations are for teachers, for students, for administrators. And that will be our guide And if it isn't meeting the mark in some of those, in any of those areas, again, the RTS is a living document that we will come back to and look at through data about what's working and what's not working.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I just want to make sure that, you know, folks feel empowered in a different kind of a way than we did in the spring to raise concerns immediately in real time about what you're experiencing or what you're not experiencing and what you're missing and what you're needing and what you see your kids missing and needing. You know, the diversity of teaching during in the spring was impresionante. It was visible. You could really feel certain teachers, you know, super stoked about being on YouTube, and others, you know, struggling to monitor a half an hour Zoom. And so I really just want to echo some of those concerns and acknowledge and validate that they exist and that they also exist on this board as we look at this document and as we think about how we're moving forward with all of these being living documents that allow us, I think in this new world, at least something to hang on to and to continue to drill down into shared understandings and definitions about our expectations moving forward.
And every time we bring the return to school plan back to the board with the modifications, that is another opportunity for parents to please speak up, or teachers please speak up about, you know, what's happening, what's going on. So yeah, I appreciate Veronica was on the elementary subcommittee, and we appreciate the feedback. And we did hear the frustration from parents, and teachers heard that as well, which is why there's been, I think, a very collaborative approach to expectations. So.
Director Sheffield.
I want to add, I just pulled up SB 98 and looking at the text, and the live daily interaction that we're talking about is directly taken from the bill language. So I just want to also point that out. I don't know if it's worth it for us to take the time to cross-reference the definitions and the legal explanation within the multiple pages of SB 98. How do we define or clarify, you know, live daily interaction? But I think, you know, maybe in response to this MOU, it was specifically taken to make sure that we're covering what the state requirement is. It's not something that that the teachers and us came to agreement on our own.
And it is also outlined outlined in more detail in the return to school plan.
So, rating Director De La Cruz and Superintendent Kitamura, parents have every right and a duty to tell us how school is working for their child. And others are changing, are learning. I'm assuming positive intent that everyone's trying to get on board, and there's a lot of anxiety there too with teachers in terms of can they do this, how do they do this, and new platforms for them. So I'm really interested in how things are going, and I would love to hear reports regularly about how things are going. And you've already. Okay, I'm going to call for the vote.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Close.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Student Board Member Lopez.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Melanie, we are going to take a break, 5-minute break, everybody, and maybe you can time to change interpreters during this break.
Yes, we will do that.
We'll see you at 8:46.
Melanie.
All right, let's get back. Let's call this back into session. All right. we're looking at action item E5, first reading and potential waiver of second reading and approval of the revised board policy 7310, naming of facilities. This is brought to us by trustee Medina. Diane, would you like to weigh in first?
As you can see by the rationale that this was being brought forward to revise the language regarding naming for a living person be stricken, and then change the language as Citizens Advisory Committee shall be appointed to a Citizens Advisory Committee may be appointed, and the word memorial in paragraph 1B under memorials. And so down below in the attachments, you will see the revised, and then with the ones with, and then with suggested changes. So with that, I turn it back over to the board for any further information.
I invite Director Medina to speak to this first.
Yeah, so actually, I just wanted to start off with a couple things. First, historically, recently, a couple years ago, L.C. Allen Performing Arts Center was renamed after Robert Burt, who is still living, right? So that language around living is kind of just to initially ties into that to address that inconsistency that exists in the policy, right? Because generally we're supposed to wait 13 months after an employee retires, but we are able to name it after someone that's living, and that language says we're not. So it's just to remove that inconsistency. The other thing, I'm hoping Dr. Kitamura could help provide some insight just recently on the naming of the Bill Carl and Frank Pugh boardroom. Could you provide some insight into what the process was for that, Dr. Kitamura?
Sure. The boardroom was a suggestion on my part to name the boardroom. It had been newly remodeled. I did not go through the board policy in terms of citizen advisory. So, I mean, it was just really in honor of the years they had spent in the offices that they had spent in terms of board members. And it did not have a name prior. It was just the boardroom. And so, yeah, I did actually bring the name forward to add on to the boardroom.
So that was the other example for the shall and may. Just to, these are two things that the district has done, the board has done recently, that for me, looking at the policy, there was inconsistencies. So these updates were to allow for the flexibility to do what we've recently done, basically modifying the policy to be able to do, to meet those practices that we've done. So that's kind of at the core of why, I made these changes. And I think the issue on memorials was just, that was under the memorial section. So I just felt like you needed that word, the memorials, non-employee memorials, just to be relevant and consistent with that part of the board policy. So that's kind of what brought on those changes at the core. So I'm hoping that the board is okay in adopting these changes, and if you want to take any questions or anything around that.
All right, thank you, Director Medina. Board questions on this item first, please. Seeing no, okay. Director.
Thank you. So Director Medina, I guess, maybe for clarification, we're looking at what would be a 3-step process to be done in one sitting tonight, right? We're considering that any school name would be subject without a school name change committee, correct?
Well, the policy revolves around school names, naming of facilities, naming of various things, right? So it's you know, if we're looking at specifically, so
The board policy change, I mean specifically for, yes, naming of facilities, but I mean schools in particular. Not a staff room, not a library, not a field, not a cafeteria, not a multi-purpose center. I'm talking about the naming of a school. We will not have a school, or we'll have the option of having a school name change committee.
in with the word may, yeah, technically that would be allowed.
Okay,
And
so
that's
the alternative. So basically, it would mean that we, the board, may have the prerogative of deciding what a school name is.
correct. And whether, again, the way the policy is written, the way the language was there, you know, I just changed the shall to may to allow it to be consistent with what we have. So basically giving the board that flexibility. So ultimately, of course, the board's going to do whatever it sees is best, but you know, to make something happen, kind of what happened, for example, the Frank and Bill Carl room, you know, it allows for that flexibility. And this section where this language is written, you know, it applies to it all. Of course, if, you know, I'm sure the board would see maybe a school naming as more important and would choose to go a different route, but it's about that flexibility to be consistent with past practice.
Okay, and then, you know, and maybe this pertains to item E 5, 6, and 7, is that we're looking to do a name change tonight. Is that's my understanding, right? We want this to happen now.
Well, if, you know, again, I proposed this back in January 15th is when I started this process. So it's not like, you know, I just brought it on. You know, I proposed it January 15th. It was supposed to be on the agenda January 12th. It didn't show up on the agenda, but then it was on the 26th. You know, at that meeting, it got pushed on to March 11th. Then March 11th, it was postponed to a future board meeting. Last I was told it was going to be on the July 8th, but that didn't happen. But now it's here. So, you know, it ain't specific to the BP 7310 update. So, I mean, it's here today, but the process has been requested since a while ago.
Right, since the beginning of the COVID crisis. I mean, I guess I'll save my comments. I guess you answered my questions. I guess we're just, that we're looking at an action, a public hearing, and an action to do the whole shebang in one sitting. That's my understanding, my interpretation of the steps that we're pushing forward. I do, you know, respect that the process that you would ask for was a different timeline. When you asked initially in January for an agenda item, or February for an agenda item, absolutely. I just wanted to make sure that the intention tonight is to do this back to back to back in 3 steps and with board approval to have a name change tonight.
And I would just add that, you know, that ends up being coincidental, because of everything that happened before.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Seeing no other questions, board members, I am going to open this to public comment. And moderator, would you facilitate that, please?
Yes, I will. And our first hand raised for public comment.
Moderator, one more second. So public comment, remember that this is on the BP only. This is on the board policy change only. It's not on renaming a school. That's another agenda item.
So please lower your hand by clicking the raise hand button if you do not wish to comment on this changing of board policy, naming of facilities. Right now, we're taking public comment on item E5 only, the changing of the board policy. And the first hand is Mike Vonderpoorten.
Got the audio turned on. Good evening. I encourage you to vote no on this proposal. There's really no reason to avoid a fair and open process. This is not an emergency. There's no need to cut out the public or the advisory committee. And school names, of course, are a much bigger issue than a facility name or a room name. I think the community is open on these kinds of decisions. There should be discussion. We should do the review. We should do the evaluation. We should do the research. Bring in the community, hold community meetings, invite students to do the research, invite others to do the research. And I can tell you the historical community here in Santa Rosa and the libraries here in Santa Rosa would be eager to help students or anyone else do that research. I think the right thing to do is to appoint a committee to take a look at these issues. And right now I ask you to vote no on changing the policy.
The next hand raised is Micah Carlin Goldberg.
Good evening. I also urge you strongly to vote no on changing the language to remove public oversight from naming of facilities. Director Medina mentioned that he intended this language change because of 2 instances in the past where the board policy was not followed. To me, that doesn't say change the board policy. That means train everybody to make sure they know what the board policy is so that in the future it can be followed. Taking community oversight out of renaming schools and buildings and boardrooms and any other spaces on our campus is, to my mind, unconscionable. We need our students and our parents and our staff to be in the loop and involved in the process, even if it's just naming a basketball court on a specific elementary school. The student should still have a say in what we call it. The parent should still have a say in what we call it. And the people who work at that school site need to have a say in what they call it. I strongly object to removing the shall and replacing it with a may. I encourage you all to vote no on this change. I also encourage you to vote no on waiving the second reading of this board policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Micah.
Next is Ann Bracco. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name is Norma Bracco. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Norma Bracco, and I've been a teacher at Monroe for 24 years. I have been there so long, I am now teaching a second generation of students. My question to the board is, why is the Monroe community not involved in the process of having its school name changed? You are telling the Monroe community what is going to happen to them. You are taking away their voice. The community needs to be proud of who they are and where they came from. This is an ideal teaching moment that we cannot pass up. The community needs to be part of the process. Students are not in school and will not be for possibly months. Students and staff will not be able to collaborate and have meaningful discussions that needs to happen to make this huge decision. If this change goes through, how are they supposed to feel when they return to the school? They will no longer be Monroe Griffins. You will have taken away a big part of who they are. Please adopt a policy that always involves the community that is most impacted so their voice can be heard and valued. Vote no on E5. Thank you.
Thank you, Norma.
Next comment is Ross Haas.
My name is Ross Haas, and I teach sixth grade at Burbank Elementary. I oppose the change to the board policy tonight and the desire to remove community involvement and participation regarding renaming schools. The current board policy is in alignment with what we believe as a school district, that community matters. Building deeper connections with our families and our students matter. Valuing their assets and contributions matters. It's perplexing, the juxtaposition of a community organizer and someone who was very adamant about having their voice heard and being included when they were a student, and now the hard push to circumvent and eliminate the input from the community, the learning community. cutting out and denying students, denying family voices. Why would we not encourage them, empower them, and give them access to be a part of this process, to be a part of reconstructing their new school identities? I'm at a loss. The I alone can fix it mentality is not a tactic that I encourage with my students when approaching problems or projects in life or in their schoolwork. And I certainly don't encourage it at 10:30 at night when everyone's gone to bed. Tonight is about inclusion. It's about participation. It's about respect. It's about what we do believe as a district and what does align with our mission and vision statements at SRCS. That equity, inclusion, and building deeper connections and relationships with families and community is paramount. That access to learning and the equity in process, participation, and in action is valuable. My comments tonight have nothing to do with the specific name change with Monroe. George Ortiz is a community hero and a superb role model. His contributions will continue to be felt for years to come, and we are absolutely lucky to call him a Santa Rosan. Tonight is about promoting learning and engagement opportunities for our students.
15 seconds.
Okay, instead of ignoring them or having something done to them versus building something with them. It's about doing our homework and deeper research about our local history, good, bad, and everything in between. It's about working together. Please don't change the board policy tonight. I don't think we should eliminate advisory committees. Thank you.
Thank you to Sonoma County's Teacher of the Year, Ross Haas.
Next public comment is from A. West. If you could please state your full name for.
Hello there. My name is Ann West, and I'm a teacher at Luther Burbank Elementary School. And I am speaking out tonight in support of my colleagues at Monroe, Lincoln, and of course my home school, Luther Burbank. I am against bypassing community input for the name changes of our schools. Giving our families and kiddos an opportunity to be engaged in the process is vital and important. This should not be a hasty decision made by a few, especially now, during a pandemic when there might be little pushback or discussion. Part of the SRCS board policy encourages community participation in the process of selecting names for schools, creating a citizen advisory council that's appointed to review the names, suggestions, and submit their recommendation for the board's consideration. I know many of our students and families and staff would be disappointed at not being able or given the opportunity to participate in these important decisions. For many, the school is a second home, a place of safety, community, and love. This policy change coming out during this crisis creates increased levels of stress and confusion when our students are doing their absolute best to stay afloat with distance learning and navigating the COVID-19 pandemic. Our connection to our school names go far beyond their namesakes. Children for years have been creating their own value and sense of achievement that they've attached to their schools and their names, becoming very proud Monroe Griffins, Lincoln Leopards, and Burbank Bengals. Before you flip the Etch-a-Sketch and change and erase those associations, let their voices speak. Let their voices be heard and be a part of creating whatever comes next. Thank you so much for your time.
Ann West, thank you so much. I'd listen to a story by you anytime.
Next for public comment is Charlie. Charlie, would you please state your full name for the record?
Hi, my name is Charlie Kirtley, and I am against changing this policy. Removing community involvement is just not okay. The community needs to have a say about what's going on and what their schools are named or renamed and why. We need to really be a part of that. Having community input brings us together, where removing or sidestepping community input really tears us apart. And instead of becoming a we really become an us versus them. And I really don't think that that's something that we want to create. Especially now in this climate where, you know, we all really need to pull together for the same goal. So I'm really urging you to not change your policy and please keep community input. It really is important. Thank you.
Charlie, thank you.
Next is Chris Bertozzi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Chris Bertozzi. I've been with Santa Rosa City Schools for 20 years now. As a parent, my daughters and I still feel a part of the Hidden Valley, the Santa Rosa Middle School, and the Santa Rosa High School communities. As a teacher, I still identify strongly with the Doyle Park Dragon community. And for the last 10 years, I have been a very proud Monroe Griffin. Strong school communities are important, and we identify with them by their name. Heck, students and teachers wear the school name all over our clothing. Hats, jackets, shirts, you name it, we've got it. If a name change is needed, you need to include the community in the process in the form of a Citizens Advisory Committee. You're probably familiar with the restorative justice chart that our district provided to us. If you make a top-down decision, then this change is happening to us, and it is seen as punitive. Versus if you make a change with us, it can be seen as restorative. Please please vote no on this proposed change of policy. You should include the community of parents, students, and staff in any school name change. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Next is Nikki Winovich.
Good evening. I'm asking you to vote no on the change of verbiage of shall to may in the board policy. I'm asking you to continue requiring having community input in the naming of schools. By doing so, you will continue to give stakeholders an opportunity to be a part of the decision-making process and to keep our district and human values of inclusivity intact. It is important that we keep and add as many ways as we can to involve the community in this process, as well as other decisions. You should not take away this opportunity. This policy has implications for the school community I'm honored to serve. As a sixth grade teacher, this is a tremendous opportunity for our students for authentic learning, which we know is a powerful tool. Authentic research and authentic argumentative writing fit so well with having our students being a part of the decision process to rename their school. I can imagine the conversation that we can start having in a month. We want to change our name, the name of our school. I can hear the excitement in their voices now. It could be an empowering moment for them. I believe that conversation is much better than saying they renamed our school while we were on summer vacation. Now, please do not squander this opportunity to let others continue having a seat at the table. Please allow the school community to be an ally in this process. It's ironic that this change would exclude the marginalized people who attend and work at our schools on the same day that you are set to vote on having inclusivity in the names of our schools. Some might say it's bordering on hypocritical. Board members, please do not exclude others in the decision-making process. Vote no on the change of board policy. Let's not waste this meaningful, authentic, and empowering opportunity for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki.
Next is Charlie Seymour.
Good evening. My name is Charlie Seymour. I've been a teacher at James Monroe Elementary for over 20 years now. I am also a very proud member of the Monroe community. Shout out to the other Griffins in the audience right now. It seems that these two agenda items, E5 and E6, are a unilateral decision by one board member who authored a resolution to rename James Monroe Elementary School. No one in the Monroe community was notified about this resolution. No one was asked for any input. My question is, how come? According to board regulations, a Citizens Advisory Committee shall be appointed to rename schools. Did this already happen? If so, who were the citizens involved? When did they meet? And what was discussed? The name change, item E6 tonight, couldn't happen according to existing board regulations. So now, in order to fast track the name change without stakeholder input and circumvent board regulation, item E6 was written to do just that. This seems dishonest and disingenuous. If the board votes yes on E5, it will be removing community voices, many of these voices from people of color. By voting yes, The board will be changing language that would further the systems of exclusion that millions of people in the US and around the world have been protesting against these past several months. Renaming schools without community involvement would be unjust. The board will further create alienation and separation by creating a top-down approach to renaming schools. Renaming schools needs to be a community decision. Open discussion needs to take place among
15
all
seconds.
stakeholders in a school community. Let's bring all voices to the table equally when renaming schools. Please vote no on this agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie.
Next is Debbie Cardozo.
Good evening, President Fong, Superintendent Kitamura, members of the board. My name is Debbie Cardozo, and I'm the principal of Luther Burbank Elementary School. I have some concerns about the proposed revisions for Board Policy 7310, specifically changing the language to a citizen advisory committee may be appointed. This revision eliminates the assurance of collaboration and stakeholder involvement in the process for renaming a facility. This process should be inclusive and involve students, staff, parents, guardians, and other key stakeholders. In addition to keeping the Citizen Advisory Committee as a part of the process, I think that if the facility being renamed is a school, the board should consider providing the school staff the opportunity to create a student project that would actively engage the school community in the process. The development of a student project would provide the school community the opportunity to engage in authentic conversations around the rationale for a school name change and provide a relevant and meaningful learning experience for students. The outcomes of the student project could be presented to the Citizen Advisory Committee that reviews name suggestions and submits recommendations for the board's consideration. In closing, I encourage the board to please consider the unintended consequences that may occur if the proposed revisions to Board Policy 7310 are approved this evening, and to recognize the importance of providing the school community and other key stakeholders the opportunity to be a part of the process. Thank you for your time and all that you do for our district.
Thank you, Debbie.
Next is Catherine Storrell.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Kitamura and President Fong. I'm Catherine Storrell, principal of James Monroe Elementary School. I'll cut right to it and share that I am of the opinion that a public advisory committee overseeing the naming of new facilities and the renaming of existing facilities should remain a requirement in Santa Rosa City Schools. Prior to my job as a principal, I sat on a city board 6.5 years, and I'm a strong proponent of public input. Listening to our stakeholders is an honor, not just a responsibility. To exclude our public stakeholders from this more extensive process on something as personal and important to a community as a school name, or to allow it to be at the discretion of a board, is to effectively silence many voices of our most vulnerable families who may not feel comfortable in the type of formal setting that we are currently engaged in right now. But these same individuals may speak to their students' teachers and to other trusted staff at a school site. Allowing public oversight is important. It's a real life check and balance to those in positions that affect the public and policy. I do have additional comments, but I will reserve those for the coming agenda items. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Catherine.
Next is Christine Snyder. Whoop. Persinger.
Hi, it should say Mike Persinger. Sorry if my profile's not up to date there. Thank you, board. Again, this is Mike Persinger. I have taught at Monroe School for more than a dozen years. I applaud and echo the comments of my colleagues on this issue so far this evening, and would also like to add that I look forward to a learning opportunity with my students on first, why we need to change the name of our school, and then research who deserves that honor. The most emphatic thing I would like to add that hasn't been mentioned is that Black Lives Matter, period. And now is the time, not later, to make some sort of public statement about removing the name of someone who owned enslaved people from one of our schools. So I'm mentioning this now. I don't know if there's a way, but I would encourage the board to come out tonight on record that we see the need and are going to remove this name, James Monroe, from our school, but that we then in fact engage our community as our current board policy states and involve the community in renaming the school. So I don't know how that could happen, but I encourage the board to make that action that we're removing that name tonight, and then let our school community and the broader community decide on the appropriate person to honor in the coming months. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mike.
And our last hand raised is Rosa. Rosa, would you please state your name for the record?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Would you please state your name for the record?
Hello, I am Rosa Martinez, Family Engagement Facilitator at Monroe and Santa Rosa City Schools employee for 20 years. I am disagreeing with the decision of the renaming of the school. I am proud to be a Monroe Griffin. My question is, why is it that just this week, the staff and parents are learning that there is a resolution to change the name of James Monroe Elementary? I had a parent call me and ask what is going on. I asked if they had received any information, and they had not. This is the first time we have heard about the school's name changing. Parents already feel their voice is not heard. Our parents and students deserve the right to have their voices heard. At this time, I feel we should not vote on this approval of resolution and wait until we are able to return to school in person, have a meeting so we can have conversations with Monroe families to see how they feel about the name chosen and let them know why this is happening and answer any questions they might have. What will be and who will pay for the costs to make this name change? There is a lot of anxiety about distance learning, and now we will return and find out the name of our school is changing. At this time, our priority should be to focus on making sure that the parents have chosen which distant learning program their child will participate in, and make sure all students have working computers, Wi-Fi, to be able to start distance learning. Our Monroe parents need a lot of help and are still reaching out to me for help. Many still do not know how to access the parent portal. Now we have new communication, Parent Square app, that they need to download to be able to receive information
15
from
seconds.
and the Santa Rosa City School District. Let's put off the renaming of James Monroe and focus on communicating and helping our students and families through this time of social distancing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa.
President Fung, there are a couple more hands. One is the hand that was lowered and now raised again.
That's good. We can hear from these two and then we'll stop.
So the next comment will be Christine Snyder.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll keep this brief. I echo what every other person has commented thus far. And the bottom line is we are taxpayers, and taxpayers deserve the right to have input. And I felt like this was really 11th hour and kind of bluntly shady that it was proposed at 11 o'clock at night. And it wasn't just Monroe, it was also the name change of Burbank. So I also ask that you do not act upon any of these this evening and wait until further public input, and also prioritize. And priority right now is taking care of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
And our last public comment is Deborah Ramos.
Hi, my name's Deborah Ramos. I have lived in Santa Rosa my whole life. I've attended all of Santa Rosa City Schools, including Monroe Elementary back when it was just Monroe Elementary. I think community input into this decision is very important. I think there's a lot of history behind Monroe Elementary that's being overlooked. The name James Monroe was added to it later after I went there. There's a Monroe Hall in Santa Rosa and a street in Santa Rosa that's also named Monroe. And I would hate to think that we are, you know, the person who donated the school or however it came to be part of Santa Rosa City Schools is having their history erased by a possible name change. I think there really needs to be more research done into this. And I think it really does need more community involvement in the decision, and the community should have a say. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. All right, returning this back to the board, I see Director Close's hand up. And then Director McCormick. And then Director Taylor.
Hi. President Fong, I've been kind of doing some mad research on this in real time, because it all sort of rings a bell about some history on this naming policy that I don't think is reflected in the board report. I always think it's amazing how staff keeps track of all the different board items that come together. And I think that there's something critical that's missing here that I just want to address. And I'm wondering if I could, I know this is the question part, but I'm wondering if I could clarify something just because I think it's relevant. Probably should have been in the board report.
We're in comment part.
We're in comment. Oh yeah, we are. Oh my gosh. See, this is what happens when you do. So there's something, first of all, I just want to, that makes it all easy. So, first of all, lawyers will know that we have this saying that says, bad facts make bad law. And I think we're kind of in a similar realm here, where we have something really compelling that we want to do, and we want to do it soon. And there's a good reason for it probably. And I think all of us would love to name a school after George Ortiz, and I bet that will happen one day, or I'll certainly like to vote for that one day. But to do it quickly, we're talking about changing policy. And so, you know, we have a school name that we may or may not like, or think should be changed, and maybe it's an opportunity for a learning opportunity as well, and an opportunity to name something. But I just want to kind of go back and say that around this whole Burt Theater issue, and our policy is that it wasn't until just a few years ago that we would name anything after someone living. Mr. Burt, and will someone remind me of his first name?
Robert.
Yeah, Robert, the theater teacher. He was the first one. And then it was also Dick Latimer at Pioneer. And we changed the policy to allow to name things after living people. And then those included maybe more public comments than I've heard about anything ever. And I do think they had kind of an informal committee that actually brought that to us. And so it changed the policy, and that's sort of missing in our history in there. But there was a change. There was a change at that time. But in any case, what the change involved is something that I think is consistent with the changes that we've made since I've been on the board, and the changes that I think this board has really championed, which is more public input. And I will say that if we make a change to roll back any kind of public input that we just sort of provided a few years ago, that would be the first time since I've been on the board that we actually limited the role of the community voice, and limited it and provided an option for the board to just move forward without hearing from the community. So here tonight, we've heard a lot from the communities that, you know, who has talked about not wanting to change this policy because they have some reason for, they want to provide input for different reasons. They all have different rationale, although a lot around identity and teaching and teachable moments, which I support. But the main thing is that I think that we as a board, since I've been on it, and I think especially now this board has really championed the voice of our students and teachers and families, and so I think we should be careful about rolling that kind of input back at this point. And I think that history that we actually added this just a few years ago to make sure that the community had more voice in these kinds of decisions, and to make sure the community had more options, right? Instead of naming it just after someone deceased, they could name it after a hero that is living. And you know, in terms of that, the boardroom, Director Pugh and Carl, that probably should have had a committee, although I imagine they would have landed on that and supported the superintendent's big heart and her big-hearted effort to honor these folks who had been serving, I think, cumulatively like more than 50 years on the board, and just naming the boardroom in one building. And this of course naming school. So I just want to point out that it was just a few years ago that we actually said we want to have more community input. And to make sure that this is not just a board decision, and be careful that in our haste to do good things, that aren't necessarily emergencies, that we limit the public's voice in this. So I just kind of wanted to correct this record, because it was in between. It was actually in February or March of 2016 that changed. And then I believe it was in the fall of 2016 that the Burt Theater and the Dick Latimer Library, I think, were named under the new policy. So those are my comments. I would love to vote for something to be named after George Ortiz. Absolutely. I'm hoping it's not tonight. I don't think that we should change policy to limit community input. And I think in our Zoom environment, we could probably get some community input relatively quickly.
You are the historian of the board, so thank you, Director Close.
Not even that long ago, but I am. Isn't that the weirdest thing?
All right, so which board member was next? Okay, Director McCormick.
My line of thinking is along the same lines as Director Close. I'm looking at the attached document where it's naming of facilities with suggested changes. I will say that I would be okay with cleaning up the no school shall be named after a living person and allowing that to be an option. And I'm also okay with adding the word memorials later down. But I am strongly against changing the word from shall to may under community participation in the process of selecting names. I'm not sure why we didn't follow policy when naming the district boardroom. And I agree with Director Close that if we had followed policy, I'm pretty sure we would have named it the same thing, because the history of those two men on this board is significant and their time of service is significant. But we absolutely must keep our community participation as a part of this board policy. And I understand Director Medina's, that switch in the words doesn't mean that we don't have to, that we could still consult with community or get stakeholder buy-in and feedback and input, but I don't want to create a situation where we don't have to do that. I do think every decision we've made so far since I've been on the board has been increasing communication, increasing inclusivity, and I think that is hugely important. So as the agenda item is written, I would not support it. I would vote against it. And I'm also uncomfortable with just looking at an agenda where we've got action, hearing, action with no discussion in there. That just doesn't set us up for success, and it doesn't allow us a time to thoroughly vet as a board, as a governing body, and it doesn't allow appropriate time for community and stakeholder involvement, and especially student involvement. I really echo and champion the teachers that so many of, or comments that so many of our educators made tonight about this is a teachable moment. Why would we be doing this? Discussing that, teaching that, and then making the steps and getting that everybody involved in that process. To just do it quickly feels haphazard, feels reckless. I do understand the other side of it, that some of these things feel like it's been too long, and perhaps these changes should have been made sooner or not or whatever, but I don't think we can just rush through this and ram through this. And then my final thing is, I know this is very important, and I think it's most important as a teachable moment for our students. But I really feel like we as a board, as a district, as a community are really coming up against our bandwidth of what we can actually handle and make good decisions on right now. And it's brutal on us individually and as a group. And I think this is super important, and actions speak louder than words. But I think we have burning, urgent issues and other things that we need to deal with right now, this meeting, this month, next meeting. And there's some other really big issues that we need to get back on the agenda too. But I mean, the situation we have with our schools, either, returning remotely and waivers, and looking at trying to get back into some sort of hybrid format and taking care of our marginalized students and community, that is just so pressing. Like, it's just unheard of. And we have to take our energy and focus there and do a better job as a board prioritizing right now. And I still really want to talk about redistricting. I really want to talk about CCLA and Cook merger. But we are at our limit of what we can ask of our teachers, our staff, our district leaders, and our board. And we just really need to prioritize. So again, this is not to say I'm not in favor of the next two items on the agenda. I just don't think this is the right way to go about it. And I don't want to change this from shall to may. Okay, thank you.
Stephanie, were you next? And then De La Cruz.
It doesn't matter. Thank you, President Fong. I have the same concerns around process. I wholeheartedly believe that we should have a facility, something to represent our student body. I think George Ortiz is an amazing name to give anything in our district. And I really resonate with Director McCormick's concerns about process. I also don't think that this is the right way to go about this. And I value community input, and I think that's something that I've been constantly bringing up during our meetings, is how we need to do better and how we need to engage with our community better. And I don't think that, that naming a school after George Ortiz is a bad thing. I'm completely in support of that, but our community needs the opportunity to be involved in that process and to feel like they have ownership of their school. So again, it's kind of hard for me to articulate, because it's a great idea and it would be a great thing to do tonight and given our environment. But thinking about it from a systems and process point of view, we need to take the correct steps. We need to take the right steps to make sure that everyone feels heard, and to provide our students with an opportunity to learn from this. I've also been doing my research and looking at name changes and how they've kind of historically happened in our district. And this is pretty momentous to change the name of a school. And I don't think it's an opportunity that a lot of our students will have. I never had the opportunity to engage in something like that. So I just think that what a great opportunity, and what a great opportunity to show and model what true community engagement looks like. So I completely resonate and agree with Director McCormick that as the policy change is written, I wouldn't support it, but I do support scratching out the after the part about a living person, no school shall be named after a living person, and adding the memorial. I would, if there was an amendment to the policy, I would definitely support that, but as it stands, I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Manieri. Director De La Cruz.
Thank you, President Fong. So I kind of want to ground us in a little bit of the history and reframing the conversation about understanding the communities most impacted by both the naming as well as the name changing. So I want to go even further back to, you know, where our OG historian has taken us tonight, and just make sure that we all know that when the schools were named after people who were slave owners, and who were not good people to many, many people in our community, that was the first impact. That is an impact that is still felt every single day by people who do know their histories and who are reacting, I think, in really important and seen and unseen ways to the way that it feels to see the name of somebody who owned human beings because of the color of their skin on jackets and t-shirts and hats every day. And so, you know, with that in my heart and in my body and in the way that I want to hold that space for all the people who feel that every day when they see these names and how that makes us feel. I understand the spirit of and the urgency of taking advantage of this moment in our history to say, for the first time, we may have an ability to do this differently. And so it's in that spirit that I want to also reject dominant culture of imposing things that may not feel right to people without a process that goes with that spirit of inclusion, of acknowledgement of our history and how it feels to have something that you may not understand why, but it makes you feel a certain way because it's been imposed on you. When we think about the erasure of history, that's already happened because this school is named James Monroe or some other guy, Monroe, who also unfortunately had his history erased. But the history of Black people who were owned by James Monroe was erased when the school was named after him. And I think that that's where I really want to ground this conversation and recognize that that's the spirit in which this board policy was brought for approval tonight. And so with that, while that is a beautiful spirit and taking advantage of a moment in history that we have right now, what I don't want to do is recreate the dominant culture and recreate the way that that feels. And so, and I also want to take up, I don't think that it's shady for us to do business at 11 p.m. I think that that's just our reality. And I'm grateful to people who stay with us until 11 p.m. to hear the important things that we bring. But I want to really be clear that raising an issue that I care about at 11 p.m. is in no ways a shady attempt at sliding something through a process which I really support being community oriented and transparent and inclusive. And so in that spirit, Director Medina, I want to say that I deal with this with a lot of love and a recognition of, your strategic moment here, taking advantage of a time and place where we may be in a position of power for the first time in history. But I don't want to abuse that power in the way that it has been abused against us for generations now. And so what I want to do is say that, when I look at this policy right here in front of us, I do want to keep the idea that we shall include people. And I actually have a friendly amendment to the policy before us right here. And I want to strike citizen and I want to say community, because citizen also comes with it an exclusionary feel to the word, because there are only certain people who fit into a definition of citizen in our country. And that doesn't work for me, because the community that make up the Santa Rosa City Schools Board are the way I define citizen. You are all citizens in this community. But I want to just reflect on that word in the way that it can make certain people feel like, well, I couldn't be part of that committee because I'm not a citizen, quote unquote, in the federal definition of that word. So that would be my friendly amendment to this policy tonight, striking actually citizen and including community, and striking also kind of in the citizen advisory committees. So it would be rejecting the shall, or rejecting the may, keeping the shall, striking citizen, and also in support of making sure that a school shall be named after a living person. I understand that's important to be able to take an opportunity to celebrate people while they're still alive and can be super proud that we named a school after them. So Thank you, Director Medina, for your super detail to all of the things that are before us. And I just want to echo, something that Director McCormick raised. As staff or another elected board, we cannot do it all the time, damn it. So if this falls off, I'm okay with that while we try to get back to school and nail distance learning and, figure out Learning House and do community engagement on getting back to school. I know George up there is laughing at us right now for even spending this much time talking about a board policy to name a school after him. But eso sí se puede también, con su tiempo y con todo el respeto para el Señor por el Don George. So Omar, thank you for this important work moving forward. But right now I can't recommend this specific change, even though I really understand the spirit of it.
Oh my God, I think I owe $10 tonight. Raise your hand if you have anything else to say besides Director Medina, and then I have a comment. And then Director Sheffield after Director Medina. And then Student Board Member Lopez after Director Sheffield. And we need a time extension.
Yes, also
I
looking
move to extend the meeting to 10:30 p.m. I guess it has to be till midnight. That's the rules, till midnight. But we're not going to be here till midnight.
No. Second.
All right, so roll call vote quickly, please.
Director Close.
And we can do this one actually without a roll call. You can just say all in favor on this one.
You guys,
save time.
One time you told me yes, one time you told me no. Okay, everybody in favor?
No, this one is always all in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, good. Omar Medina.
Yeah, so again, keeping discussion germane to this specific policy change. This, for me, started back in 2019. Specifically after the naming the boardrooms. So I saw past practice. I saw our policy doesn't meet what we've done. So my focus was to how do we make our policy meet what we've done? So that's where the motivation around this policy came forward. It also happens to align with the other item, and that's coincidental, but that wasn't the motivation around this policy coming forward, again, in the very beginning. With that said, I'm definitely supportive of the amendments that Director De La Cruz suggested. And if I may, I'd like to move that we adopt Board Policy 7310 as presented with the changes of keeping shall instead of may and removing citizen so that it says community advisory meetings. If that's clear.
Did you have a comment about no school shall be named after a living person?
Well, that's already presented. That's already part of what's presented. So the amendments are leaving the shall and removing the citizen.
I second that.
It's not a motion yet.
Oh, I thought it was.
Well, I was making a motion
With that amendment.
with those amendments, yeah. To what's presented, yeah.
Okay, so who was the second?
Stephanie Manieri.
Okay.
President Fong, can we have that motion and the amendment just read out nice and clean one more time, please?
Yes, please.
I've got it. The board encourages community participation in the process of selecting names. A not citizen, change it to community advisory committee. Keep shall, not may, be appointed to review name suggestions and submit recommendations for the board's consideration. Then it says CF 1220, cross out citizen, put community advisory committees. And cross out as it was, no school shall be named after a living person. I think I got everything.
So yeah, that's the effect of the motion, but the motion is to accept the board policy as presented with the changes of leaving shall and removing citizen to have community advisory board meetings. But it, in effect, is what you just said.
That's on the table, and we have another 2 comments, I think. 3 comments. Dr. Sheffield.
Well, I guess I'll be brief, very brief with my comments, because it sounds like we're taking a new direction on this, which I very much appreciate. And Omar, I just want to say how much I do respect the intention behind this. You know, I'm all for honoring local heroes. I am all for honoring George Ortiz. I am not a fan of slaveholding dead presidents. And I think that, you know, Director De La Cruz, the way that you articulated it, it was perfect. Damn, you said it all right there. And I think that we need to at least signal that we, in the spirit, the times that we're living in, the zeitgeist, that we need to make some type of commitment that we are going to put forward these changes. Omar, also just, you know, I thank you for your patience on this. I know this was an issue that you brought up last year, and it was even a request for an agenda item. But, you know, also as Director McCormick pointed out, there was just, you know, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and that, you know, in our haste to do good things, we cannot solve everything all at once. And that I have, me personally, so many other things that I'm working on, you know, in addition to my job and taking care of my family, and that we're in the, you know, middle of a pandemic and trying to figure out schooling and how we're going to start the school year. And, you know, I just want maybe us as a board to sort of take a deep breath and respect that there is a lot that is going on that might take precedence over some, you know, projects and some really good intended policy proposals that are being put forward, and really just address, you know, some of the immediate right now. But I would like to, you know, in our discussion tonight, I would like to see some acknowledgement that we need to do something to sort of correct the actions, the decisions that were made by previous generations. The time is right to do that. And I'll just leave my comments there.
Okay, we're going to just take a break, and then when we come, we're doing a translator switch, and after we come back, I'm going to call on Director Lopez, Director Close, and then I'm going to close it. So we can do an interpreter switch now?
Yes,
I'm
please.
ready.
You're ready, thank you.
Melanie, I'm ready.
Thank you, Marcella.
Mm-hmm.
Was that it?
Not quite
No,
yet.
Not quite.
I'm back.
Got
Thank
it.
you.
Thank
We are
you.
all set. Thank you, President Fong.
Okay, good. Student Board Member Lopez.
Thank you, President Fong. I'm going to keep my comments short, just like Director Sheffield said. It looks like we were making really good movement on this. But I really wanted to commend Director De La Cruz for her little notice of citizen. Something so small like that can mean such a big difference for someone who reads that. And I think that I just want to thank you for noticing that, because it went right over my head, and I think it went over a lot of our heads. So.
Thank you, Director Lopez. Director Close, one more thing.
Yeah, thank you. Really quick. First of all, I just want to really thank Dr. De La Cruz for her comments, and I agree with everybody who said it tonight's comments that you know, we need to pare down our requests of staff right now, and the board and the community to focus on what's right in front of us, which is the biggest challenge this board or any school board's probably ever faced in a century. And at the same time, this is a certain moment in time that that shouldn't get lost. And so what I'm wondering, because like Director Sheffield, I don't think I or anybody on this board supports the celebration of former slave owners or other folks that one might put in the same category. And so what I just maybe suggest to is could we have a committee that sort of and try to take it off staff as much as possible, put it in the community, a committee that is willing to, and perhaps one of our community organizations would be interested in doing this. Maybe some of the leaders of our Black Lives Matter movement, for example, might be interested in leading this to take some pressure off. A committee that looks at all of the names of our schools and then and provides that community input, so that that part can happen at once, and then maybe it can come back to us in one board item to not lose the momentum of this moment, to recognize the importance of this, because I think we all do, but to do it as efficiently as possible. Those are my comments.
Okay, I'm going to take that suggestion and hold it for a second, because I do want to say this. In terms, first of all, I want to thank Director Omar Medina, because you are doing good work. And you are strategic and active in bringing forward good work to the board. And it is our job to grapple with it and to find the way forward. So I appreciate your work, absolutely. I want that to go said out loud in public, and the timing was not Omar Medina's doing. The second thing I want to do is point out and repeat some of the phrasing that we have in our mission vision that we wrote not very long ago. And it has to do with student empowerment. That our vision says that we will send students into the world empowered to find purpose and think critically and claim their own agency, right? And that we want their civic participation and we want their cultural consciousness. So all that points to student involvement, and absolutely we need to have student involvement in this. So I really very much support the amendment, or the amendment to the action item proposed. In terms of the committee, I'm going to ask our superintendent. So this committee that Director Close is proposing, Omar mentioned that it has to, whatever the AR says, but would this be something that we could do like an ad hoc committee?
Yeah, we could, as Director Omar stated, that we have to look at the AR. I think in this, we also, and that's fine, we can do that. But the part that I think that is not necessarily a community advisory committee are the students. And the students using this as a way in which to learn. I think that this is one of the best real world projects you could ask for. And so I would like to take a look at the AR. There's specific on the advisory committee. It's specific, people that are on it. So let us take a look at that and determine how we have maybe that be a part of what Director Close was talking about, but still have that involvement of the students and the teachers at the school.
So I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the renaming of this school, James Monroe School. Also knowing our bandwidth. So can we leave that with you, Superintendent?
Yeah, I mean, we've
just point of clarification. Those are still two items upcoming on the agenda, right?
Right. Can't consider them.
Right now they are, yes. So I just want to make sure I'm getting this right.
Oh, sorry. Did you change the subject? I was talking about the committees for AR and the AR. What did you say?
Finish your thought.
That we don't lose sight of the student voice and the student part of it. And we have to look at what it says in the current AR around the composition of the community advisory.
Okay. All right. So should I repeat the agenda item, or do we have that?
I think we have it. I think they have it.
Okay. So that was Motioned by Director Medina and seconded by Director Manieri with the amendment put forward by Director De La Cruz.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Thank you, Director Medina. Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Close,
Aye.
Student Board Member Lopez,
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, given that we changed board policy slightly with citizen to community, but that we shall have a community advisory committee, that means we need to table E5 and E6 until such time that we have that committee.
I disagree. I think they're agendized items. We could talk about it. One's about a resolution, one's a public hearing. I think you could call for the public hearing, listen to comments, move on to the resolution. The board could choose to vote to table that item during the time of the agenda item.
I disagree. We cannot have a public hearing without having our advisory committee reporting back to us first.
I also feel like as a practical matter, this is one of those, this might be the first night we've gotten out of here before it was the next day in a really long time. And when I say we, I also mean the staff that works until the wee hours and then gets them and does it again the next day. And during a time when I think they're all working 7 days a week and have not had a break. And since we can't ultimately take action on this, I would ask that we be respectful of staff, really, and call it.
So
And just to clarify, we're talking about E6 and E7, President Fong. You said E5 and E6. We're talking about E6, E7.
E7, sorry. I want to be legal about this, but I don't see any reason to do E6 and E7 without having the community advisory committee weighing in before anything else.
Item E7 is a resolution about a rechanging of a school name. We've agendized the public hearing around that. If people want to speak to that item, they should be able to speak to it. What the board chooses to do about item E7, I think arises around item E7. I mean, we could keep wasting time talking about it, or we could allow the process to play.
You know, Amar, I think it's going to be disrespectful to people that we have that before they're able to get student input and community input, as we have talked about, and as we have said in our mission, vision, and our strategic priorities. So I'm going to say we're not going to do that.
So you're dictating now.
I'm making that decision.
I don't think that's within your right.
All right, we are moving on to consent items. F2.
I object.
Okay. So I'd like to weigh in here. The public hearing is for the resolution. Sorry, I don't want to close this tab. In the resolution, there is within it that the Santa Rosa City School Board renames James Monroe Elementary as George Ortiz Elementary School. I don't believe that the board should vote on this resolution because you haven't had the advisory committee yet. And so I'm interested, I'm trying to figure out the reasoning, Director Medina, about why we would put forth a resolution to vote on by the board when you shouldn't vote on it because the process hasn't been followed in terms of the advisory committee.
So the item is on the agenda. When do you decide whether to create a committee per the policy? I think item E7 E7 or whatever it is an opportunity to call for that committee if that's the process that we're going to take. But I'm hearing, oh well, let's not talk about things that aren't time pertinent. This is on the agenda. At some point, then we would have to say, oh, let's create the committee. Item E5 was about a board policy. It wasn't about this item. It wasn't about renaming this specific school. Item E5 was specific to board policy 7310 and the changes required to it. At no point have we discussed specifically the renaming of James Monroe or the creating of a committee around James Monroe. This offers an opportunity to do so, to completely eliminate it.
That's
To
what you're
completely eliminate it.
Can,
I'm sorry.
Ma-
what?
Madam President,
On E7 specifically says it's an action item to approve a resolution of renaming James Monroe Elementary School to Georgia Ortiz. Everything else that you said, Omar, is speculating that we're going to have a discussion about that. That's not the case. That's speculating, right? If we're going to put something, insert a discussion into item E7, we already did that on item E4, right? Or, yeah, E5. We already had that.
So while we're talking about procedure tonight and policy, I think like let's and everybody's watching us right now. I think let's operate now within the frame of policy and procedure, and say that I think the board president has actually the authority to pull something off the agenda. However, I will respectfully. I think that I respectfully move that we table these items until such time as a committee can be convened to consider the renaming of schools, whether it's this or more. But respectfully move that we table E6 and E7 until after a committee has been formed and met.
Second.
I did not understand what you said, Director Medina. Did you say second?
No, I did not.
I said second.
Okay.
So, but as for clarification, that was a motion to table, but there was also discussion about the creation of a committee. Were you calling for the creation of a committee?
I think we already provided that direction to the staff, I believe.
Okay, I'm going to take a recess. We're going to take a few-minute recess for me to figure this out. Okay, we are back. I think we're almost all back. Director De La Cruz, are you there?
Sorry, I'm here. I just was waiting.
All right, so this is what I'm understanding. We, on E5, the revised board policy 7310, we moved that to Community Advisory Committee. And which means I'm going to be directing Superintendent Kitamura, because it's an AR, to convene that committee.
That has nothing to do with item E5. Item E5 was specific to a board policy change, irrelevant of the school renaming option. So part of my problem right now is that there was a lot of discussion and dialogue there that was non-germane specifically to that policy that involved more items E6 and E7. So I didn't speak on E6 and E7. I held back my comments, anticipating that they would be more germane in items E6 and E7, specifically E7. But now, me having chosen not to talk about those then because it wasn't germane to the specific item, now I'm being told that maybe I should have just done it then. And everything that I wanted to say is just going to be taken away.
You know, it's really hard to have this discussion in public at this late night, but I'm hearing what you're saying in terms of like, how do we have a advisory committee if we haven't had any suggestion yet? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. At what point do you ask for that? I think, yes, Director Sheffield is right. It's something specific right now, but it's an opportunity to then amend it or change it to adding that advisory committee as a request, right? That's kind of my point. It's an opportunity on the agenda for us to do that if what's currently being presented is not what will work.
I actually see that point, Director Medina. I'm going to ask Dr. Kitamura for some advice on this one.
So there's a couple of different things going on. In actuality, the realm of the advisory committee is under my jurisdiction. So once there's a request for a name change, I start the process of the advisory committee, all of that. I do that. I don't need the board to do that. It's already in policy in the AR. And so I don't think there's anything that you need to vote on or amend because I already do that at the request of a name change, which there's been. So we're back to the point of, is it, I hear you, Director Medina, about E5 or the policy change was one thing. However, in this instance, the policy change affects the next two items because in the last item, the resolution, it talks about changing the name. You don't have the ability to do that given the new policy change. It has to go through the process of the advisory committee, which I'm in charge of. And so I will begin that process based on what I'm hearing. That will include the school system as well. I want the school and the kids to be a part of this. So, and that's under my ability. So
can we get clarity on what your understanding is of the request? Because I've heard two things.
The request for the community committee, is that what you mean? Yes. So the community committee, actually what I want to do in the community committee is I want to look at what the makeup is of it. It's been a couple of years since I actually brought that policy forward as a result of the Eugene Mijares and his name and the fact that it went to the, where it went to, I thought was not appropriate. And so therefore we needed to have community input. That was the whole reason why I actually changed this policy to have community input. So I want to look at what we have as the parameters for the who's on the policy, because I think things might have changed now. The other piece of it is the student part of it. If the student part isn't there, I do want to add the student voice part of it to the AR, to codify it as a part of the AR. So that's one piece. And then the second piece that you heard, Director Medina, that I don't know right now what the second message was or the second item.
So that doesn't answer my specific questions. Okay, clarity as to what the ask is. So my ask is specifically around renaming the school after George Ortiz, right? So the policy offers two things. This committee could verify and validate that request, or there's the other option of providing recommendations of different names. I'm not asking for recommendations. I'm just like we did with Robert Burt, right? As that was the request and that's what the committee reviewed. Mm-hmm. My specific request is around George Ortiz. Mm-hmm. And if there's going to be a committee, it'd be reviewing and verifying and validating that as the language of the policy suggests is one of the options. So I just want to make sure that that's
what's being
the guidance under which you're moving forward per my request.
In everything I heard tonight and everything I've heard in emails, there has been no opposition actually to Mr. Ortiz. It's really more about the process and being the community. So in this case, I would direct's not the right word. The community advisory committee would be doing their process around changing the name to George Ortiz. That is what I'm hearing from the community so far. It's what I'm hearing from the board so far.
There has also been a request, but it was just one question from Director Taylor Cruz to think about the name of Luther Burbank School.
Well, you know what? I think we can run them simultaneously, 2 separate committees, but we can run them simultaneously. It's fine. I'm actually not, staff isn't actually involved. I'm not actually involved in it. It's really a community advisory committee. So, and we would, again, I want to look at the makeup again. And in fact, if I could have staff pull the AR for me and send it to me, so I can look at it, that'd be great right now.
Will you bring that back to us next meeting?
Yeah, I can. Yes, I can. I'll probably put it in my update. And if people if you want to discuss it, I'm happy to have an agenda item for it as well.
That's what I was asking, is if we could bring this back as a discussion item, because that's what we did not have in the process put forward tonight. We circumvented the discussion process, and now we're having a discussion, right? We put the cart before the horse. It was an interesting attempt, but to try to do it all back to back to back, action, hearing, action, kind of puts us in a tough situation when things are brought up in the questions from the public comment, and now forcing us to make a decision because the way that the agenda items are written up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I get, my advice would be to go back to Director Close's motion to keep it procedural. Clarify anything from Director Medina that is still not clarified with regard to what my role, my responsibility is with the AR and the advisory committee, and call for a vote. I mean, that is my advice at this point, my recommendation at this point.
Right now, I think the only discussion really is supposed to be whether or not we're tabling these 2 items. And
right.
So.
You made a motion, Director Close, I'll second it.
Any other discussion on that?
We seconded it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Director Medina.
Yeah, so when the motion was made, there was also discussion of the creation of committee. So that's why I think this committee discussion has come about.
The committee discussion was had before, Director Medina, and at this point, like, really, we are, there's not going to be a vote tonight on, I mean, to me, as a procedural matter, there's a condition that has not been met in order to have this hearing that you want to have. It has not been met. And so I'm making a motion that we table these until that condition is met. And I also am imploring all of us here to say, let's actually let staff go home and maybe sleep for 8 hours tonight, which I'm guessing they haven't done in a long time.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Director Close, on that being met. Just want to add that you know, I anticipated a lot of this. In large part, comes from frustration with the process as it exists. You know, for me, this isn't from just now. It's from 2013. It's from 2016. It's that process, and this name has come from out of that process, and frustration from even the advisory committees, how they functioned, not working for the representation of the community, as I define community to some extent. So I'm supportive of tabling it. I would prefer to know a specific date of when we're tabling it to. I don't know if that could be added, or if maybe some suggestions could be brought up, because the reason that I pushed for this date was because I was hopeful that the change would happen prior to the academic year beginning. Obviously, that's not going to be possible now, but I also don't want to wait another year. A lot of why do what I do now, and I hear people's concerns about let's prioritize. It's because I really live under the reality that I don't know if I'll wake up tomorrow, right? So I don't like to push things off for way too long. I understand people's frustrations, but those are very real realities for me that have become even more relevant just recently. So just to add insight.
I'll amend my motion to have it by the second meeting in September. On or before the second meeting of September. That seems like enough time.
All right.
Well, okay, but I'm sorry to say this. It's not, if we're going to have student voice, it's going to take a little longer than that, realistically.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so everybody, I am going to leave this with Dr. Kitamura in terms of getting our committee together. And we're going to be looking at 2 schools names and per our mission, vision, and student input. That's the process. And Omar Medina, I have to appreciate you. I have to appreciate what you just shared with us, but please understand that the input that we're getting from our kids, their agency is really important.
And I know that Director Medina does, and I am complicit with him in impatience. And so I do take responsibility for that. I get it. I have an urgency too. But anyway, here's what I will do. I will place this on the next agenda item for discussion. I will bring forward what the AR looks like in terms of composition, because I do want to look at that again. I will provide a report of where we are after talking with the principals of the 2 schools about timelines and how long it's going to take for them to get the necessary input. So I do want to provide that at the next board meeting, and would like to place that on the agenda as an update. And then if there's any questions the board has or any further discussion at that point, I would gladly take it to keep moving forward with these, the renaming of these schools.
All right, so that's a vote in front of us. I don't see any hands up for public comment. I'm going to call for the vote.
Director Close.
The table.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield. Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Student Board Member Lopez.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. We're moving on to F items. We are going to be approving F items F2 through F15.
Move to approve items F2 through F15.
Second.
You know, as a teacher, I had really good wait time, so that continues to serve me. That was moved by Director McCormick and seconded by, it's going to be Director Close, I think. No.
Sheffield.
Sheffield. We look a lot alike.
It's true. It's the eyes.
It's in the eyes.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Close.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Student Board Member Lopez.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. We're moving on to item G1, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting held on July 8th, 2020.
Move to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting held on July 8, 2020.
Second.
All right, that was moved by Director McCormick and seconded by Director De La Cruz.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Close.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Student Board Member Lopez.
Aye.
President Fong.
I don't think Director Lopez was at the last meeting as a,
Correct.
so there's a, we don't ask him.
I took that back. President Fong.
Aye. But Omar Lopez, Director Lopez, you will be on the next one for approving the minutes. I think there was, so we're on H, board member request for information. I think there was one in the meeting. Director Medina, I think your request was to look at board policy, and I didn't catch it, but I think it's 41030.
Correct.
Remind me what that was again?
Foundation.
Yeah, education code around a foundation fund administered by a school district versus the we previously voted on being a part of establishing a nonprofit separately, but this wasn't presented to us as an option, well, at least when I heard it, and so I just would like to understand why not, or how could it be different, so understanding that.
All right, thank you. Any other board member request for information? Director Manieri.
Yeah, it was made by someone in public comment, but I'd also like to make it a part of my request for information. And I know it's on your radar, Superintendent Kitamura, but the language around music education classes and performing arts classes being high-risk electives.
Right, I think you were already, Diane, gonna figure that out.
Well, I have it in. I want, where is this coming from? Give me the research. Give me why this is being said. So.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other requests, I don't see any.
Does Director Close have something? No. Oh no, you were just waving.
Waving.
I was just moving.
Oh, student board member Lopez. Woo! What a meeting for your first one.
Yep. I think this one will be stuck in here for a while.
Good. Well, get a hold of me if you want to debrief. Get a hold of me. Okay.
I think I will.
Okay.
Or any of us, but just not more than 3 of us. How's that?
Sounds legal to me.
Right. Thank you, everyone. This meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.